Happy Shipping Day! Welcome everyone. Happy Valentine's Day, also known as Happy Single Awareness Day. How is everyone doing today? Hopefully everyone's enjoying themselves. And if you are out or had a fun day with your loved one, the one you cherish, the one you are so proud of to call your husbando or waifu, then all I have to say is, man! I'm just kidding. I hope you all had a great time. If you went on a date, if you went and did anything fun. But today is the day of love and romance, and of course, one of the biggest things in any sort of community, whether it is anime or video games. People are happy because this is the day of shipping. People who love romances and stories are celebrating this day and their favorite ship, regardless of what it is. Sorry, I'm trying to fix something with this cable. But here I am. Hi. Whoa, this cable's really fucking up. Alright, maybe I should not use this anymore, because the cable really is fucking, I mean, look at this shit. Look at that. Look at this disaster. I need to throw this out, otherwise, I might burn the house down. Yeah. But hi, hello. Today is also a day of shipping wars, yes. Because who says you can celebrate your favorite ship without somebody coming into your streams and telling you, fuck you, sir? You know? Did my stream end? Did my stream... My stream didn't just, like, die, right? I feel like... part of my... Did my stream die at any point? Okay, maybe not. But yes, give me... So today we're going to be talking about shipping. I see. Okay, so it was just something on my end. Okay, cool. So today's going to be about shipping. We're going to watch some stuff. We're going to... If you have any sort of shipping videos that you want me to see, whether it... mostly, I'm looking for any videos that talk about shipping in any sort of fandom that you love. Or, you know, videos that support and love your favorite ship, wherever it may be. I would like to watch it, give you my own thoughts on them, as well as celebrate any of the ships that I love and that you agree with. I'm not looking to essentially go into videos where it tries to, like, deny a ship, because at the end of the day, we're here to celebrate, not start flaming and start shipping wars, right? So we're not up to that. But today, Mr. Morge, who some of you may know as one of the high-end One Piece YouTubers, who is mostly a theorist. He doesn't really talk about shipping that much. But today he decided to talk about shipping in a stream. And I've watched several of his videos over the years, and he's a really good theorist who knows and understands very good narrative and story stuff that really makes sense. Like, for example, this video about the complete history of One Piece solved. This video is actually really good. I highly recommend it. There are some parts that I disagree with. However, most people know him more for this theory that he had about the raid of Wano failing, and people have shedded that on him for a long time. When I first heard that theory of his, I was one of those people who was just like, I don't see that happening. It's a good idea. It's a good thought. It wouldn't be a bad idea. It's not an idea that I thought was, like, off or, like, all the way awful. It's just, I couldn't see it. But he is very well versed in talking about One Piece in a very good narrative type of way. But today he made a shipping video. He literally ended it 5 minutes ago. I didn't want to wait until he finished streaming so we could check it out. And from what I know, well, actually 48 minutes ago now. It was almost an hour ago. From what I know, he went hard. on certain things. So it's going to be really interesting to see his point of view of ships. Because it's very rare for like a YouTuber who has like 221k subscribers to be talking about shipping in One Piece. So I'm very curious to hear what his thoughts were about shipping in One Piece in general. So this should be fun. It's an hour-long video, so I'll try to skip through any sort of like filler stuff that's completely nonsense. So we'll see. But I'm excited to hear what his opinions are. Now, as you well may know, and a person's opinion does not necessarily have to represent what you should feel and what you should think. Because even though he may say something that you disagree with, that's perfectly fine, right? That, you know, words are words, and unless it's proven by facts within something, an opinion's an opinion. He has one, I have one. Regardless, ship who you like. Have a happy day shipping. I'm just interested in the narrative, in like essentially the thought process of like why he likes certain ships or why he doesn't think certain ships should happen in One Piece. So I'm excited to see what he says. So let's check it out and check out Mr. Moore's video. We'll watch ads to support him. That is not the default video. I also know that I should leave comments on because apparently there was one individual who literally paid money to shit on a ship. So that should be fun. He'd probably say something about it, but apparently someone paid a bunch of money to shit on a ship during his stream, which is funny to me. So I'm very excited to see.
Skip ads forever button. This is Pi, and
disclaimer.
If it's to you, it's probably because you've seen
There's a disclaimer.
Everywhere, especially this.
You know.
It's a free Chrome extension.
The disclaimer is you may not like what you hear, but at the end of the day, it's an opinion.
You even have a rewards program that pays you to see ads. Like they're literally throwing pity money at us for having to scroll through ads. So nice of them. Okay, let me show you how. So I'm searching for headphones, and ooh, there's an ad. Didn't even know it was an ad, but I made money off it. And you know what's crazy is that in the time that you've taken to sit here and watch this ad, you could have already installed Pi and been on your way.
Or it could support, you know, content creators. How about that? Okay, now I can skip it.
All right, you guys get 8 points. You get 8 points.
I'll give him a like as well.
Pretty good.
I'll also subscribe to this channel.
Yeah, 8 points. I think that's the most you guys have gotten in one go. In a bit. All right. Heads up. Full disclosure, today's stream will be, it'll have to, okay. I'm waiting. Let me do the full explanation.
Okay. See? Straight off the bat, even he's just like, he knows how difficult and how sensitive this type of topic is within the One Piece community. He knows. It's probably one of the reasons why a lot of people are very wary about talking about this, but not good old Loony. I post videos on it every single time I get a chance to because I fucking love this shit and I'm not afraid of some asshole coming into my videos telling me to go fucking go to hell. Yeah!
I'm waiting on a package that is surprisingly not come, and it is getting close to the deadline. It was supposed to come yesterday. It has still not arrived. I'll add the 8 points in a second. If it does not arrive soon...
Okay, see, this is stuff we can skip because it's just filler. See.
Yeah, we should be all good. Either way, it will have to be a... speaking, as in, like, not a very short stream, but I would have to wrap it at 6:45 EST. It's just, I'm not in control of the Friday streams now. So we're gonna roll. All right, how are we all doing? First, let's get the stream likes up to 50 real quick. Here, let me pull up all the shit. Let me pull up. Here we go. 226. No, because Lola's found love, right? I think that one's happening. I ends up in.
Oh, Loki. Okay, Loki Lola. That is finished. She found love. She found love with Capone's right hand man. Whoever I don't remember what his name was, but Lola found Capone. Fell in love with Capone's right hand man, and in one of the cover stories, they do have a wedding. So Loki Lola. That's already a dead ship. Big Mom Tantata. That already happened. She already has a kid who is a tontata, so
Hello?
that
No,
did happen.
Lola's found love, right? Didn't Lola find love in the cover story? I thought Lola found love. Did she not
Yes.
find love in that? You're just such a.
Hello there, Seb. Happy, okay. Happy Valentine's Day or Happy Single Awareness Day. Whatever one you have, happy you.
Hold on. Let's see here. All right, so we're adding some penalties. Shit, man, we're getting fucking close.
What is this? Oh, this is like something for your stream.
Rate ships by how canonical and how good. Okay?
Rate just by how canonical? Is that how you say that word? All right. And how good? Huh. Wait, law cosplay from the fighting game? Wait, what? What? Wait, what are you talking about, Seb?
So for example, here's an example, okay? If we were to compare, example, Zoro times Hiyori. Okay, hold on. Canonical tier.
Oh, in his listing. I'm assuming it's a thing that if they get to a certain thing, he's gonna cosplay as law.
And then
Kind of like how people do on Twitch, where like if you subscribe a certain amount of time, a certain amount, they're gonna do something.
And here's how good. All right. So
This should be
Zoro
fun.
Hiyori.
Oh, he's doing it like this.
No, I'm
Oh, okay.
Hey, look at this, So if we look at canonical to Zoro Hiyori is pretty fucking canonical. Pretty like confirmed.
Big martial art from Tekken,
I'd say
gotcha.
not okay. Confirmed romance. No, because it's like a Hancock type thing, right?
All right. Let me hear what he has
Let's
to say.
Halfway canon. Halfway canon, right? In that it's confirmed from Hiyori's end, right? Hiyori pretty clearly, it's pretty.
So essentially, what the One Piece, not the One Piece, the shipping wiki does, which is like if there's one character who's has a crush or in love with another character, they call it semi-canon. Yeah, that's what he's saying by halfway canon.
Explicit that she's into Zoro, right? That's not really a theory type thing. That's just straight up she's hitting on Zoro the whole time. Oh, whoops, I was supposed to do
True, it is true.
Right, so that's canonical.
Could have just said one-sided. One-sided does work. One-sided, I think, in general, would be better than semi-canon. I don't know how the shipping wiki does things, but one-sided can definitely be a better choice than semi-canon. Because semi-canon essentially means that the chances of it being canon are much higher. You know, semi-canon essentially semi-canon literally, if you read it and if you think about it, literally means that, oh, it's just halfway being canon, so that means that, you know, it is going to be. Where instead it should be one-sided.
In that sense.
That's also like saying, like, the ship, like, for example, if there's two ships for one ship becomes canon but the other doesn't, but you still label the other one as semi-canon, it doesn't make any sense because the story ended with one canon ship, so how could the other ship be semi-canon? One-sided, you know, works better than semi-canon. I don't know. I should probably send them that, but I doubt they'll listen to a fucking idiot like me.
Right? It's pretty...
Sorry, I'm blabbering.
Pretty, like, halfway canon, right? It's halfway canon, but how good is it? It's terrible. Zero chemistry.
Okay.
Zero
Okay.
meaningful scenes. No real, like, point
No, that's on Mondays.
to it. Nothing like.
Except for this coming Monday because I'm not going to my Japanese class, so it's not going to be it's not going to happen this Monday. But usually it happens on Monday.
Right? If we do Sanji times pudding,
Wait, he skips over Zoro Toshigi?
we would say
Oh, he's just giving examples. Okay.
great chance and
Halfway canon seems dumb. It does. That's why one-sided is better than that. I think he just didn't know how to use it, which is fine. Because look at the discussion we had.
like it's pretty much there, the romance is there. There's a great chance this is the end game for them, right? And it's a good romance. I think that there was good stuff for both the characters happening there, right? And
Yes. So I agree with him on that. Sampu, despite, the weird age gap, I doubt Oda will do anything, very, would do anything that really goes into, like, scary territory. Because Pudding is 16 and Sanji's 21. More than likely, any sort of romance between them will probably happen when they're older. Because more than likely Sanji, if I had to guess, the Straw Hats will continue selling right after One Piece ends, so it'll probably be a couple years later where Sanji Pudding could even happen. But I do think that Sanji Pudding is the likeliest to be canon for Sanji, simply because they had good. There's at least a bond of like a certain romance from both sides in a way. With Pudding, there's clearly a romance there. With Sanji is one of those really difficult characters because he just loves every single woman in One Piece. So it's like, but he has shown some feelings, that you could argue that he does have for Pudding. You could make the argument that it's the same one, he has for every other female character. But if you decide to do it that way, then that means that every other Sanji ship falls under that same thing, right? But there's also more plot coming forward with Sanji Pudding that Oda can definitely explore more and increase their bond, which is why I think that Sanji Pudding has a higher chance for any Sanji ship. Well, with Final Fantasy 6, because of the half canon, because he did get with both women, that is called dude got extremely lucky. I don't know who the character is that got with both women, but that is called the lucky potluck. He is a very lucky individual who found two women who fell in love with him. But it is a fantasy at the end of the day, because very rarely does that ever happen, even in the real world, because as we know, polygamy is not allowed in most places, unless you live in Utah. Then they have some weird laws in regards to that. But for the most part, again, that's just lucky fantasy type of thing. It's very rarely do you ever get something like that. 3-year epilogue time skip confirmed. It's possible. I would not be surprised if Oda does that. Locke can even get to be with the OG. Oh, is that? No, I was hella sad though. Wait, you know what? Don't tell me. I haven't played Final Fantasy 6, so I cannot speak about it. I don't know anything about it. I don't even want to know anything. Dad, let's not talk about Final Fantasy 6. I haven't played it yet. Let's just continue with the video. But yes, Sanji Pudding, I think I agree with him, has a great chance to be endgame. Yes, I do agree with Morge that Sanji Pudding does have the best chance.
And so, like, for Zoro,
but you should play. I will.
Actually, it's like strongly hinted in terms of canon, but it's not confirmed. On the other hand, it's like how good. In terms of like how good the romance is, I'd say pretty good. I'd even say I enjoy their interaction.
Okay, let's see what his reasoning.
Sanji Pudding. Does this make sense? So we can do.
Oh, I disagree with him on that. I think Sanji Pudding have better interactions than Zoro Toshi. I honestly, I'm gonna say that. It's a hot take. It is, it's a hot take, but I think for Sanji Pudding, I think because the connection between them is more romantic in nature in the way Oda presented them, that's why I would say that Sanji Pudding is more pretty good, or at least better than Zoro Toshi. Raz Joshua, thank you so much for the follow. Hello, welcome to the stream. How are you today? Hello, X, welcome. Yeah, I feel that's backwards. Zoro Toshigi, I think, is definitely the possible ship for Zoro. I just don't. The way Oda presents them is a little weird. I wouldn't call it more romantic in the way he presents them compared to how he presents Sanji and Pudding. That's why I'm like, that's why I don't necessarily agree. I think it should be flipped. No, I'm not gonna get angry unless he says something completely wild. Zoro Toshigi is a fun relationship. I don't see romance or anything like that. I think there is a chance of there being romance in there. I just don't know. It's just that Oda hasn't presented it as such. You know, they definitely could very well bond. You know, enough where you could see a romance there, and Zoro, probably the only female character he has like some sort of like weird reactions towards is definitely Toshigi. So I would say Zoro Toshigi is possibly the stronger Zoro ship. Nightgrass, greet to Pretty if she comes. Of course, I always do. So that's why I'm like, I don't agree. It should be flipped. Hello, Walker. How are you today? Welcome. Which fanfiction are we talking about right now? One Piece. So Mr. Morge is one of the bigger One Piece theorists, One Piece creators on YouTube. He did a shipping video, which is very rare for any top tier One Piece content creator to ever make. So I'm interested in hearing his thoughts on like these ships. I mean, that's sort of because of a real child complex, if anything. I mean, yeah, that's the big thing because she looks exactly like Kuina. That's why I don't necessarily ship them. Like I don't ship anything, aside from my main One Piece ship. So but in my personal opinion, I think Zoro Toshigi can possibly have something there. The real problem with any Zoro ship is Zoro himself, because he's just like completely fucking like he doesn't give a shit. He gives no shits. Oh, yeah. Because he's too busy trying to fuck Sanji. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No. No, ship Zoro Sanji definitely, but no, it's not going to happen. No. Zoro is just one of those hard-headed characters that you probably will not see any sort of romance. It just won't happen with Zoro. I doubt we'll see anything romance-wise with Zoro at all, in my personal opinion. He's just a hard-boiled heart. I cannot speak when that happens because YouTube is going to tell me I have to cut it out of the video. So that's why I was silent. What is your most favorite One Piece ship? It's Luffy Nami. He's a Marimo, as Sanji says, yeah. But it's like, it's very hard. But let's continue the video.
We can try and figure out a better, like, some terminologies or ways to rate it. But, you can rate the ships by how actually in the manga they are, and then how good they are in terms of how they're developing. Does that make sense? Let's get the stream likes up to 100 real quick. Yeah, Sanji Pudding is pretty much canon. I'd say, okay, we could say almost confirmed, right? Almost confirmed.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Would you say it's a canon ship if it's like an endgame thing? Because that's the only...
I would say almost confirmed because you now have the issue with I'm gonna lower my microphone because it looks like it's peaking a lot. You have the issue. You have future events that could lead them to be canon because Blackbeard captured her. So essentially, what's gonna happen is that Sanji's gonna face someone. My guess is gonna be Burgess, who's gonna hold her not hold her hostage, but keep her safeguarded. Sanji's gonna beat him and save Pudding. So I think that's where I think Oda is headed towards in terms of like Pudding's story. There's always a chance he might just do the Big Mom Pirates trying to save Pudding as well, but I think he's gonna have Sanji be the one to save her. I ship myself with Viola. You do you, Omni Moon. Live your life, freedom, baby. Freedom is love, as Gavin says in the recent chapter. Same logic as my problems with Boa Luffy. It's okay, but feels psychologically unhealthy because of the trauma bonding. Oh, you're talking about Zoro Toshigi? what trauma bonding? Because Tashigi doesn't know anything about Kuina. What do you mean by trauma bonding? Do you mean because Zoro sees Kuina in Tashigi? Is that what you're referring to? Did you know that the Captain Cook was inspired by Captain Chinese mythology? Yeah, he's inspired by Wukong. It's Wukong, right? Yeah, it's Wukong, the story of the Monkey King, which Oda, the creator of One Piece, is also inspired by.
The only thing, I don't know if Oda's just writing that for the arc or if it's just like that's his confirmed thing. Because some people still argue Sanji Nami's a thing. I don't think that's a real thing. Also, let's get the stream likes up to 100 real quick.
Son
Igor
Wukong,
thanks
yes.
for 5. Yamato joins Weevil's crew. It will be like Whitebeard and Odin all over again. Wimato. Oh shoot, I gotta let Jordan Perez in. Hold on, let's see. Whitebeard and Odin all... Weevil's crew? I don't know about Weevil's crew. Maybe if that's the case, wouldn't she join like the Cross Guild or something like that?
I have no idea. Yeah, let's skip that because that has nothing to do with ships. That's just like other One Piece content. We're looking at ships, baby.
All right, we're restarting. All right.
Oh, restart. Okay.
And how that's obvious.
How can and how good chat support? Wow, we're going with chat support. Weevil from no. There's a character called Weevil in One Piece. He's supposedly Whitebeard's kid. Too bad you can't read the One Piece shipping spin-off manga. I can't. Well, it's weird because that manga actually was always free. But if I do it, I can't do it on YouTube. I have to just solely do it on Twitch. But I'm currently streaming also on YouTube. Yep, it's not as deep than Boa's though. Okay, I see what. Oh, you're comparing. Oh, you're comparing the trauma bonding from Luffy for Luhan and Zotachi. Okay, I see. I got it now.
You see an option. Zoro times Tashigi. Anybody have anything else for Zoro that's like legitimate, right? Luffy times Nami.
Has Goku ever eaten any peaches before though?
Times Nami, Luffy
What do you mean by peaches? Are we talking about the fruit or the ass?
times Hancock and Luffy times Vivi are the main ones that I see for Luffy. I think some of these are ridiculous.
Wow.
Dofi Viola's canon. That's not a ship though. Viola didn't want it. Zoro Robin I think is kind of ridiculous, but I can put Zoro Robin.
Oh, wow. Zoro Robin is kind of ridiculous. Wow, that's a lot of angry Zoro Robin shippers. The fruit? Oh, I have no idea. Probably. I mean, Goku lived in the wild, so he probably ate a lot of fruit. Wow. He said it's ridiculous.
Is there enough Sanji Nami support that we'd put it? I think it's kind of ridiculous, but we could put it. Then I'd...
Oh, wow. Talk about telling people how ridiculous the ship is.
Robin, Frankie, and I'd even acknowledge Robin Law.
I ship myself with Bell and Mir. Props.
Shit.
Milf's all the way, bro.
This
What the hell crackhead ship is that?
Because I would like to draw your attention right now to...
You have no idea how popular Zoro Robin is, Seb. It is extremely popular. Like, extremely popular. Well, you said the magic words for Loony. It's not that I want him to say that Sanji Nami is ridiculous. I want to hear his reasons behind it. Because at the end of the day, I could dislike a ship, but I want to hear the reasons.
The wonderful posters that we have in the background.
Whether or not, the reasons fall in line with the same reasons why I don't like them.
Including this one, Drum Kingdom. Drum Kingdom is my personal favorite from the batch.
Robin
If you
Law.
are interested...
Okay. Continue.
Scott Gabon, thanks for that. I'll tell you the name of that. Smoker and Hina? Sure.
Smoker Hina is a possible really good ship that could become canon. They literally went on a fucking date in one of the color spreads. Not color spreads, the one of the chapter covers. Although that might have been a fan request, but they did. They essentially went on a date, so I think Smoker Hina is a very possible ship.
I could put I'll put Vivi Koza. Smoker Hina, I guess I can put that. Is there anything...
One is always lost, one can never be lost. Yeah, I know. Yo, Neo Crusader, what's up? Who's Loony?
Whitebeard, Stussy.
I know you
they're
don't
too
know.
old. It's old generation stuff.
Wait, who?
Whitebeard, Stussy. They're too old.
Yeah.
Referring to Milky, isn't that like? Oh, Usopp Kaya, fucking stupid.
You know what? Let's just skip all the way to where he starts grading them, because he could name the ships, but he's gonna talk about them, so I'm very interested in
Cannon
here.
is
Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is where he starts. So Whitebeard and Stussy was a possible canon. Yes, there's a possibility of it being canon because Weevil's mom, supposedly, is Stussy. The old lady that is with Weevil, that is Stussy. Stussy, the one that you know, is essentially a clone robot, created by the world government. But yes, the small little old lady that is with Weevils is supposedly Stussy. And there is supposed rumors of a relationship between Whitebeard and Stussy, because of the way Stussy and Marigold, the previous head of the Kuja Pirates, both were fighting for his affection. Because Luca ate some immortal peaches in Peach Garden in the Kingdom of Heaven, causing him to become 5 times immortal. That's very cool. I don't believe so. But, you know, Goku keeps getting revived, so that's probably... Maybe the Dragon Balls count as peaches? I have no idea. But the peaches in One Piece could literally be devil fruits. Just Oda being random. No, it wasn't a request, just Oda being... Oh, it wasn't a request. Oh. Well, if it was Oda just being random, that means that it is more than likely confirmed then at that point. For Smoker and Hina.
Continuing on. Mihawk Perona? I don't even know. I don't know.
Mihawk and Perona? Yo, that's like a father-daughter figure right there. Like, what the fuck?
Let's just move it along. Let's just move along. Javon Johnson.
Nami Vivi is the most...
And Vivi is the most real besides Frobin. I don't know about that. All right. Let's go. How canon is Zoro Hiyori? I think we've got too many here. Zoro Hiyori, I think we can all acknowledge here. Let's just go through the how canon first, all right? Bunfagum, thanks for the 7. Oda literally had prototype versions of Luffy and Nami fall in love in one of his graphs. I forgot Luffy's name, but Nami's name was Lizelle. Was it like a monster or like a one-shot? One of his early...
Yes, he did. I have it. I think I have it. I have it somewhere. I'll play the video, but I definitely do have it somewhere. But yes, that is true. In one of the earlier drafts of One Piece, Oda created a prototype of Luffy and Nami and Zoro, where Luffy was in love with the Luffy's prototype was in love with Nami's prototype, and Zoro's prototype was Nami's prototype brother, who was like a brocon who was trying to protect any guy from, you know, liking her. So yes, that is confirmed true. There was a prototype like that. Clam and Lissel, yes.
I skipped a super?
I have it somewhere. I just need to find it.
Oh, Anudrago, I'm sorry about that, man. Can you do
It's
that?
not wanted. It's not from wanted. This is like a really early draft that he never printed out.
I'll call him 2, so that's the average, so it ends as a ranking. Also, potentially add Ace Yamato. I can add Ace Yamato, I guess.
Ace, I mean, why? Ace is dead. Like, it's not gonna happen.
The problem is that I'm viewing chat support as basically the overall.
But Ace is dead. It can't happen.
Because ultimately I can say how good and how good, but then you all are. I'm gonna put the percentage poll for you guys in the chat support, and that's basically gonna be the idea of like how hotly supported. Does that make sense?
Chat.
And we'll do it color coded. So like hotly
That never stopped anyone.
green.
Listen, necrophilia is not a good thing. You can still ship Ace Yamato because of the bond that they had, but it's not. If you're talking about canon support, it's not gonna happen.
Thumbs down one will be like red, things like that. Okay, we're done. No more being added. Fakelin, thanks for the 2. I like Robin Law, Luffy Vivi, Luffy Nami, One Straw Duo.
It is an option, yeah.
One Straw Duo tier list. We can do that in a few weeks, I think. Shit, Zoro Sanji might. Maybe we can do that Monday. Because this is actually a good time for it, because we just had the Gabon chapter. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right. How canon is Zoro and Hiyori?
All right, how canon? One-sided.
Confirmed from one side, right? So that's
There-
Hiyori's
okay,
side.
there you go,
There's
there
no
you go.
debate there, right? Hiyori was blatantly, blatantly romantically interested in Zoro. There's no debate there, right?
Zoro Sanji is hella canon. I don't know what you're talking about, Seb. Zoro Sanji is definitely canon.
Clearly, I would say almost confirmed
All right.
romantic tension.
Yeah, that's. I could see that. I could see that being a thing.
I don't know if you would confirm it's romantic tension. No, because
So putting a 16 in Sanji, they are putting 16 in Sanji's 21. Yes, but it's more than likely that will be the canon ship for Sanji because there's going to be new developments between them when they go up against Blackbeard pirates because she is captured by Blackbeard. That being said, more than likely there won't be anything romantic wise until later down the line when Pudding is older. You also have to understand One Piece is a little weird in terms of the age thing, where Oda literally does not give a fuck because of the way he represents 16 as being like a young adult instead of 18 in the world of One Piece, which I find weird. But more than likely in the future, more of the romance will come when they're older. So it won't happen at the end of One Piece. It will probably happen like years down the line, where it actually starts budding into something more romantic. Like Pudding's gonna have a crush on Sanji. Sanji probably won't respond to her romance right away. Probably will take years down the line. But I get what you're saying, Joshua. I get what you're saying.
Tashigi blushes and everything like that when she's being carried by Zoro. I think confirmed romantic tension. I think.
Be right back. Gotcha, Zep.
Nothing really. Zoro saves her a lot.
Yeah, nothing really. Zoro says a lot. Reality is, there's not much there. In the very beginning, you could make that argument, but I don't know if that whole thing, that whole interaction between Zoro and Robin was filler in the anime, where Robin kind of teases him a little bit. But Zoro does save Robin a lot, and that's where a lot of the shipping moments come from. Most people who ship Zoro Robin usually are like, just want Zoro to be with Robin, just simply because of those moments. You could also argue there's two hard characters being together is what's great about it. But that's really a shallow reason, which I don't like using. I just can't see Zoro Robin being a thing. Honestly, in my personal view of the series, I just can't see it being a thing. Was the 3 Baby scene filler as well? Yes, that 3 Baby thing was filler as well. Smithy! Thank you so much for the raid. Smithy, how are you? It's been a while. Hopefully you're doing great, Smithy. How are you today? I hope that works. It did not. Probably because of this comma. Let me try it again. Does it work? Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. It's S-O. You don't do shadow. It's S-O. Gotcha. Okay. Doing good. Nice. The hell was that? Oh. Jeez. I thought I was hearing a sound. I was like, what the fuck is that? It's the clip watcher thing. For some reason, it wasn't showing up though. I'm sorry about that. Just finished playing an hour of Outlast. Nice. Did you have fun? Zoro Robin is because of filler, but mainly just a classic case of people being attractive. Yeah, you can make that argument. Yeah, there's just nothing romantic-wise there, in my personal opinion. But I don't mind it. I honestly do not mind the Zoro Robin ship at all. It's one of those ships where I'm just like, I know it won't happen, but you know what? If people like to ship them, fuck it. Go for it. The Muppets actually had a crossover with Doctor Who one time. Ooh, nice. What was it about?
That's pretty much it. It's just a recurring thing in this. That's the only thing I can think of. It is a recurring bit between Skypiea with NL, Fishman Island from Hyozo, Dressrosa with Pika. It's a little bit frequent that Zoro jumps in and saves Robin in some way. Straw Choco, thanks for the 2. You willingly do the stream, but no waifu? Sabo times Vivi. Sabo and Vivi haven't even met, right? What would there? I don't even know.
Yeah, you did have
very
one. Nice.
Different than a waifu stream to me, because this is just like, this is
A waifu
kind
stream.
of just looking at what's actually in the story, right? So it's kind of like, I can look at, I don't know, Luffy Vivi and say, well, there's pretty much nothing that suggests that there's romantic anything here, whereas with Luffy Nami, there's a shit ton that suggests that Oda thinks of them romantically. Like, this is just, I put this in the category of just like analysis, just kind of a cringy type of analysis. Waifu, that's just pure cringe, pretty much.
Yeah, with waifu oh shit. Yeah, with like waifu, like tiering waifu analysis, it's not really about looking at the story. It's just more about who you prefer. That's literally what it is. You could use moments in the series to, talk about your favorite waifus, but at the end of the day, it's just a preference.
All right, Zoro Perona.
Zoro Perona, there's definitely something there. I think Perona does have some sort of crush on Zoro. Will it become canon? Probably not.
Nothing really. They were on same island, though.
But you could also argue that it's not really a crush. It's just that she's going to miss him because they spend so much time together in the 2 years.
There we go. I don't really know what the Zoro Perona thing is.
So what it is that there was a when the Straw Hats returned during the beginning of the time skip, there was a moment where Perona was seen like, one of those moments where she was like, that idiot, I'm gonna miss him, that kind of thing. Like she was sulking a little bit because she was gonna miss him. You could argue that could have been like a crush like thing, but you could also argue that it's just because they spent so much time on the island in the past 2 years, she's just gonna miss him.
Saba Koala.
So that's where it mostly comes from. So the Muppets basically did this kind of shows with the pig Muppets, one of them being the pig, go on Star Trek themed adventures.
Maybe something? I don't know.
Sabo Koala is essentially Luffy Nami 2.0 because of the same way their relationship is very similar to each other. Whether or not there's something there, you can argue that there is because of the similarities. But most people who ship Luffy Nami also ship Sabo Koala because of the similarities in like the relationship type.
Maybe something. Kobe Rebecca.
No. The Kobe Rebecca ship, I remember when it first started because of I was there in a forum when somebody actually started liking Kobe Rebecca. The main thing with Kobe Rebecca, aside from that small interaction that they did have in the manga and the anime, is because they both have pink hair. That, if you start shipping characters for that kind of reason, that is a crack ship.
Definitely something. Let's look at.
There's definitely not something there. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't remember that interaction. Maybe the interaction was a lot more interesting than I thought. Than I remember it.
Kobe Rebecca, real quick, right? Kobe Rebecca would be chapter 903. Let me take a look. Red Possum says Zoro and Perona literally just talk to each other. People make a big deal about it out of nothing. Yeah, and like you could say, well, like Perona showed up to the island to escort Zoro out, but everybody did. Everybody did that.
I'm not talking about no. It's not. I'm not talking about pink hair characters being bad. I'm talking about the reason they started shipping them is because they both had pink hair. There's nothing wrong with pink hair. It's just that's the main reason.
Straw Hats
If initially started being a thing.
Mentors, or like island companions did that, you know. L, thanks for 2. Luffy and Marguerite. I just don't think anything. I don't think. No, Robin and Jinbei is crazy. Hey, we don't get into the freaky stuff here. We don't get into the freaky stuff here.
What do you mean? Robin called him handsome. It's like one of the top tier ships in One Piece. The fuck,
Just
man?
because Gabon thinks it's cool doesn't make it actually cool. All right. There'll be no fish fucking.
Wow. Wow. Really? Wow. What do you mean? There's a species of fishman and giant. Come on, man.
On this stream. All right. Is there any Kobe Rebecca stuff? Or did I imagine it the first time around? Kobe shows up. The thing is that Kiros likes him. I don't know if there's anything Kobe Rebecca. Maybe I just imagine.
There really isn't. Like, I know I didn't forget. Like, I focus on shipping a lot. I don't remember anything with Kobe Rebecca. Like, legit, the reason why that ship started was because of the pink hair. I know because one of the first few people who started shipping Kobe Rebecca was in a forum that I was a part of, and literally they stated that the reason they started is because, oh, they both have pink hair, oh, I'm going to ship them because they look adorable. Then they had like this small little interaction and that's it. She literally also doesn't remember his name, and the moment she gained any sort of interest in Kobe was when he was talking about Luffy.
Imagine that initially.
Like, what? Like, come on. One of them had a crew encounter David Tennant's doctor, which mistook them as the aliens invading Earth.
This isn't racism. Fishmen aren't real. And if fishmen were real, yes, you would be looked at really funny if you were out fucking fish.
Hey! There's legit people out there who probably do that. And yes, that makes them weird. But come on. In the world of One Piece, you have to think of it in the world of One Piece. It would have been perfectly fine. Actually, question, I hope you can answer it. Sure. Go for it.
I don't think there's anything really there.
Fishman, yeah, I fold.
Pink hair.
I mean, Charlie, come on, Charlie.
Kobe Hibari, what was there? Was there anything there?
Yes, there is. Kobe Hibari is likely the biggest Kobe ship in the world. It's going to be canon. Kobe Hibari is going to be canon because Hibari has a crush on Kobe. The reason why she has a crush on Kobe is because she lost her teddy bear during some sort of battle, and then Kobe saw that and he was like, "I'm gonna go find that teddy bear," and he finds that teddy bear, gives it back to Hibari, and Hibari fucking crushes on him. So yes, I think Kobe Hibari is a thing. She even in the most recent episodes with featuring Kobe and Hibari, she literally made a picnic basket for him. So yes, that is going to be a thing. No, I meant hell yeah, I would.
Stussy and Kaku. Yeah, fuck, forgot about that.
Stussy and Kaku? Alright.
I'd say seemed pretty confirmed.
God damn it. Whether or not they seem pretty confirmed, like, is shipping legitimacy this like very low in people's standards? They had like one interaction, one moment that definitely showcased like some sort of deeper bond, but like pretty confirmed. I don't know about that.
I just don't know what there's just nothing. There's not, at least with Sanji Nami, I think Sanji's clearly a bit more obsessive.
Kadohiro? Yeah, it's Kado and the other ducks. All of them are together.
Thanks for the 5. Make this about final showdown / matchups instead. Nah, man, it's the spirit of the day. We're just doing it. It's the spirit of the day. Just makes sense. Kobe Hibari, I fucking forget. Was there anything there for them?
All right, that's fair enough. She literally has a crush on him.
Oda clearly loves it. Luffy gives. Luffy gives hat. Only reasonable Luffy ship.
God damn it. Wow. Oda clearly loves it. Luffy gives his hat. Only reasonable Luffy ship. Well, more importantly than the hat, Nami is also the only character he actually shares his food with constantly. Maybe it might be only twice. He shares meat with okay, I need to rephrase this. Luffy shares his food. It happened in Alabasta, and it happened recently in Elbaf. Granted, it could also be possible that he was also speaking to Zoro in that regard, but it was interesting that Nami was in that panel. Shut up, Chidani. Shut up. I stopped myself before completing that full sentence. How did Sukuna Cinderella start, and what's the point of it? Sukuna and Cinderella? Wait, who's Sukuna? Wait, Sukuna Cinderella as in like JJK character, and Cinderella as in like the fairy tale character? If Cinderella's a character in JJK, then I don't know, because I only know Sukuna because that's what a lot of people in JJK always talk about, his aura and shit. I don't know what that is. Other than that, I've seen like 7 episodes of JJK. I don't know enough about it.
Heavy gag ship, one-sided.
Wow! He just went out and said heavy gag ship. Wow. I mean, wow. Talk about shedding on Luffy Hancock fans. Holy fuck. I do think her no, I can't even say that. My understanding, the way I see Luffy Hancock is this. Yes, she does have a crush on Luffy. You can definitely view it as something. It is one-sided though, because Luffy doesn't have the same interest. Some people believe that Hancock is gonna, give Luffy all this meat at the end of the story, and that's how he's gonna decide to get with her, which is ridiculous because that's literally making Luffy out to be a fucking idiot. Which he can be idiotic, he can be stupid, he can do things, but when it comes to something like that, when it comes to emotions, he's not that sensitive. He understands emotions a lot. And it's just, that's important. You have to really understand Luffy, and just emphasizing him and making him out like Goku is wrong, because Luffy actually is much more intelligent in terms of the emotional aspect. He has emotional intelligence. He cannot reject something that he doesn't know what it is. The reason why Goku never rejected marriage is because he didn't know what it was. He asked Chi-Chi what marriage was, and she said it was food, and he's like, oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Do you see Luffy doing that? No, because it literally is in the manga. Hancock asks, for his hand in marriage. Even Lolo asked Luffy for his hand in marriage, and guess what happened? He just simply said no, because he knows what marriage is. He attended a fucking wedding. He talked about smooching. He knows. He's not Goku in the sense that Goku had no sense of social, influence or social interaction with a group of people. Luffy did. He grew up in a village, Windmill Village. He's seen people. He probably seen people kiss and all this stuff. He knows. That's why I don't like the idea that Hancock could just give Luffy all this food, and he'll that's going to be convincing enough for him to essentially get with Hancock. It's a shallow reason. It's an incredibly shallow reason, because it literally makes people view Luffy as this idiot. In terms of Hancock in general, the story is that originally Hancock was supposed to be much older, like middle age, like she's supposed to look a lot more meaner. But either Oda or the editor, I forgot which one, essentially said that it wouldn't work. You know, it wouldn't work for what Oda wanted to do, which was find a way to get Luffy to impel down to save Ace. So he switched it up to make Hancock younger and give Hancock this crush on Luffy, which she then used to help him get to impel down. And that's why it's like, if you notice the relationship between Luffy and Hancock, it kind of is similar to the way Sanji is with other female characters, where he fawns over them, but they don't respond to him in the way that he wants. So that's why he calls it a gag ship. And I do agree with him. I do think that there is still a much stronger case for a Luffy Hancock ship. It's not as strong, in my personal belief, as Luffy Nami, right? But I wouldn't call it like I wouldn't say it's completely dead, but it's very hard for that ship to become canon, especially when you realize that most ships have to have something that Luffy Hancock does not have, and that is time. The more time they don't spend together, the harder it is for that ship to become canon. Because Luffy is someone who cares very deeply about people. Very deeply about the emotional struggle about people. How can you expect Luffy to fall in love with someone on an emotional level if he doesn't spend time with them? Yes, I get it. Hancock saved or helped Luffy get to Ace and stuff like that. But there needs to be something more that there's no time where they are bonding to make that stronger relationship happen. And that's one of the faults of Luffy Hancock being canon. I'm not saying it means it's completely destroyed and there's no way it happens, but it's not as strong as people wanted to believe. A lot of people ship it because of Hancock's crush on Luffy, and that's literally just a very common trope that people have in terms of ships, where like if one character has a crush on another character, instantly they like to ship those ships, because guess what? It's easier to ship something where there is one side who has feelings for the other. It's very easy to do that. What's difficult is trying to find those nuances, those serious moments that bring it to a much more understanding of the bond and trust and relationship between the characters. They even added a Karu harem? Exactly, yeah. Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen, someone from the original Disney, somehow I see them shipped together. Okay, so that is a crossover crack ship. Those type of ships are just for fun. Just plain fun. And people just like to experiment and be goofy and, just have fun. That is mostly a crack ship. Because one, they will never meet. And two, crossover ships are always crack ships.
Luffy Vivi. People who read Alabasta wrong.
Oh, he doesn't have Nami Vivi on there. I'm very curious to see what he did mention about Nami Vivi. I think he said it was out of pocket or something like that. It was like weird. But the thing also that really harms Luffy Vivi is that there is proof from Luffy's voice actress, because she stated this twice already, where she does, like, Luffy's voice actress does like Luffy Vivi. But when she brought it up to Oda apparently, and this is sometimes, he never says this about almost any other ship, he literally says no. Like, he said a firm no, that's not going to happen. Like, he legit shot that down. And it was wild to hear that Oda does that, because he almost never does it. He just lets people ship whoever they want. But Oda shot down Luffy Vivi hard. In front of not only Luffy's voice actress, but also apparently Nami's voice actress, who then got angry at that suggestion that Luffy Vivi being a thing, and said that if Luffy was to fall in love with anyone, it should be Nami, because, I am the heroine, aka she voices Nami. And yet Oda never said anything. Oda didn't respond that same way. Granted, it could have just been a good old laugh, like, but why would Oda say no to Luffy Vivi but not to Luffy Nami if that was a suggestion? It's so curious about. I'm so very curious about why that is. It's very possible that he actually enjoys it a lot. We even see in Usopp Gary that he does enjoy Luffy Nami a lot. So we'll see what he does. Hey Pikachu, happy Valentine's Day, bro. Though it is the other day here. Yeah. I live in America, the where we're always last and everything, in time wise. You know anything about Constantine from the Muppets franchise? No, I don't know much about Constantine. Wait, you talk about the DC comic hero. I remember there was like some sort of thing I saw with Constantine and like the Muppets, but I don't know if that's what you're referring to. People really underplay Luffy. He jet meditates a subject away. I'm kind of joking. Either way, he knows very well and is extremely emotionally intelligent. Oh, he's very emotionally intelligent. He is able to pick up on like how people are feeling instantly. So it's very weird that people think that he doesn't pick up on like those romantic undertones. He definitely can. You know, he definitely can. He has his own crap, his own series. You can't make this up. Oh, they have some crossover episodes like the one with Luffy, Naruto, and Toriko. Oh, that is filler. It's not. It has nothing to do with Oda. That is just Toei doing a cash grab because they. Wait, no, there was never one with Luffy Naruto. It was Luffy, Goku, and Toriko. That was the crossover episode. That is just a cash grab by Toei, and they were awful. They were awful. You know anything about Constantine? Oh no, not John Constantine from DC. Oh, then I don't know.
All right, Sanji pudding. Practically confirmed. I think this one is, I think, only diehard Sanji fans who
oh
are
no!
as delusional as Sanji.
Oh my god!
That Nami is legitimately romantically.
Oh my god! He wrote a paragraph!
Interested. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do all that.
No, just keep it. That's chaotic. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. I'm going to screenshot this. I'm going to screenshot this because this is fucking hilarious. Stop it. Stop it. He's dead already. Wow. Wow. Let's see what he does actually say. Then I'll respond to.
Sanji Viola.
Oh, he's keeping it. Oh, oh no. Oh my God. That. Oh. Wow. He just went hard. I think only diehard Sanji fans who are delusional as Sanji. Okay. Well, as you well know, I'm not a fan of Sanji Nami. Do I think he's correct in that only diehard Sanji fans who are as delusional as Sanji like the ship? I don't think so. But I would say a large percentage of them are. I would say there are some Nami fans who actually do like Sanji Nami together. But for me, they contradict each other a lot. And it's just here. Remember when I talked to you about just recently about the whole Luffy and Hancock don't have the time they need to grow that bond stronger for them to actually be something that could happen at the end, in my personal opinion. This is where that can actually harm you or harm your ship a lot. Think about this. The characters who fell in love or like had a crush on Sanji, we're talking about Pudding, we're talking about the girl in Wano. There was some other one. Oh, the what's her name? Cassette, the maid that was with the Vince folks who got food tossed at her. They all had a crush on Sanji. The moments they had a crush on Sanji when he was that cool character, you know? He wasn't using his gag, he wasn't doing like some weird thing, you know? Right? He wasn't doing anything weird, and they had a crush on him. And yet he was oblivious to that crush, which is very interesting. But with Robin and Nami, for example, they know him very well. They spend a lot of time with Sanji. They know his weird habits. And that's why they're not interested in him romantically, because they know what he's really like. He can be this cool, suave, this fucking gentleman, this fucking badass character. And, you know, women who fall in love with that get to see that portion of him. That's why they have a crush on him, because they see that portion of him. But they never see that weird side to him. Oda shows that weird side of him to Nami and Robin because, you know, they spend so much time together on the crew. And they're off-put by it. Even Nami legitimately said that she hates perverts. Sanji is perverted. That's part of the contradiction of him being a gentleman. You know, a gentleman character and, you know, being a nice character. Is that he has this perverted nature, which some people can seem very weird, some very off-putting. Right? And they see that. Because they spend so much time with Sanji that they notice these little things about him that just turns them away from him. And that's where time can actually harm you. And it's like, that's part of the reason why I just also don't see Sanji Nami being a thing. Because they know what he's like. And Nami, and there's just so much contradictions between the way Nami responds to certain things and stuff that it just hurts the ship. And don't get me wrong, there are moments, like in Eni's lobby, that you could point to, like, you know, a good moment for Sanji Nami, right? Where she likes his chivalry, right? That's perfectly fine if you want to use that. But at the end of the day, it's still, you know, is pointed towards a gag at the end when he's like, does that mean, you know, did you fall in love with me, Nami-san? And it's just, what are you doing, my guy? She was complimenting you about your chivalry. Don't be weird. That's where, like, being weird is, like, so detrimental to him. Oh, god damn it. The only Nami fans that ship Sanami always needs being some of the biggest Sanji sims, so the argument's still valid. I guess so. But, like, yeah, that's why I'm like, I can't support a ship that, to me, is like that. But, you know, everyone has their own opinion. Everyone can ship whoever they want. It's just not for me.
Viola likes him for real, I think.
Viola is also another character. That's right. I forgot about Viola. She also saw the cool part of Sanji. You know, sure, he did act like an idiot and like a sort of like a weirdo sometimes in front of her, but she saw the cool version of him, and that's why she has what supposedly is like a crush on him, right? So there is that. But again, it's the cool version of Sanji that they fall in love with or have a crush on. But the characters who know him very well, and you can even point at this also Vivi, because she sees him being that weirdo because she spends so much time with him, she's not interested in him either like that. The only characters who are really interested in Sanji is when he's when he does that cool thing. But once they get to know him and that perverseness and stuff like that, that's where it's just like, ooh, they get turned off by it.
I think
Sanji should basically rely on someone gonna match my freak. I wouldn't say that, but I see what you're saying.
Most build up in crew. I think that.
Wow, most build up in crew. I'm not a Robin shipper because again, I only ship Luffy, Nami, and One Piece. I don't really have any other ship, so it's just like, wait, what? Luffy, Vivi, domestic abuse confirmed. Oh, when he punched Vivi. Okay. I'm not a Robin shipper. So my viewpoint on Robin is more subjective because I don't ship them at all. In terms of what I've seen between them, there are moments where like there is a possibility of there being something far beyond than just crewmates and just friends. So I could see why he says that. You know, you have the thing about his message to Robin about, you know, there's what's it called? No one is born on this earth What the hell did he say? No one is born on this earth to be alone or something like that. So that's a good Robin moment. There's a whole thing with the lap pillow in Punk Hazard, which Oda made a comment about lap pillows as it being like this sort of like dream scenario for men. There's also Frankie, asking Robin if she wants for a ride, then Brooke fucking cock blocks him. God damn it. Or bone blocks him. And there's also that one color spread, and there's probably other moments, but there's also that one color spread where she has his hand on his cheek. He's leaning his face towards his cheek. There are some blushes on both Robin and Frankie. And then there's also Nami, for some reason, doing this to Chopper, whispering something. So that's very interesting. Right next to Frankie and Robin. So there's a possibility there is something there. And is it the most build up in the crew? I think that's a good case, because while there are moments between Luffy and Nami that I enjoy, it hasn't reached the point of it being, towards romantic. But I think what Oda is doing a slow burn, which you kind of see, because Nami is slowly showing like real concern for Luffy a lot of the times post time skip. So I think that's how he's slowly building up, and there are moments of like jealousy that you kind of see. Whether or not they're jealousy, I don't know. I think depends on your interpretation of those moments. But yeah, which is that? Hold on. The Robin color spread. There is one. Okay. So this is the Robin moment, but I wanna. Where's the full one? Trying to find it. Hold on. What chapter was this from? 1081. That is not it. What the fuck is this? The internet lied to me? I can't believe it. What the fuck is this? That's not even the right color spread. What is this? Why did it send me to a link that's not even the correct one? Ay, the internet. The internet sucks massive nuts. What chapter? Give me the fucking chapter, goddammit. I wish I could remember numbers like Morge did for like the Kobe Rebecca stuff. What chapter color spread is that? Okay, found it. 987, okay. So this is a color spread that was a little weird, but it was very good for like Robin shippers. So you have this color spread. You have you have Robin's hands on Frankie's cheek. He's kind of leaning towards it. You have like a small little blush, but although that could just be Oda's just normal coloring style. And then you have Nami doing like telling Chopper to be quiet while Chopper's looking up at her excitedly. Why? What is going on here? This is a very interesting color spread. I wonder if anyone ever asked Oda about this. I like Frankie, Robin, and Strip. Nice. I'm glad you like it, Joshua. I have no qualms with it. If people like Frankie, Robin, or Zoro Robin, I have no qualms with it. I don't ship either of them. Look, there's only 1,000 chapters. You want to everything specifically. I want to be that guy who can literally, when someone asks me about a pen, I'll be like, oh, that's chapter 876. Oh, that's chapter 755. I want to be that guy, that weirdo. That would be my only talent in the world. Remembering like what each panel for happens in each chapter. I want to be that weirdo. I like the dog in the bottom right. Yeah. Yeah. Right there. But coming and Constantine looks so alike that it's a bit hard to tell them apart. The only way to know if it's Constantine is by the mole and the right chick. Wait, you talk about the one about the evil Kermit? Is that where that's from? But yeah, this was very weird. I don't think Oda ever explained any of this in the color spread. There's like 30 chapters of Rouge. I can't remember which one has specific one was looking up. Try doing it 1,000. Fair enough.
That's the good thing. Robin Law, they get along and have a lot of scenes. That's definitely true.
Do they? Just Rosa, Wano, you have Zoe. To me, Robin and Law is very similar to how people view Zoro Robin a little bit, and even yeah, a little bit of Zoro Robin, where they're just two hot characters together. They also fit like the very like they fit also the where they say depressing stuff, or like not depressing stuff, but like slight horror stuff. And then you also have Law, who resembles like that emo phase that people used to have when they were teenagers. You know, as a cool character. Maybe the emo is the wrong word, but you know what I'm saying, like the Hot Topic fucking phase. You know, so I would say yeah, they get along and have a lot of scenes. Is it romantic? Probably not.
Vivi Koza. Vivi's been rejecting princes.
Wasn't there one with Nami as queen and
Smoke-
Luffy as king? There's several of them of Luffy and Nami as king and queen.
Kahina. I think they're just solid friends. Usopp
Wait,
Kaya,
what? Wait, what? What did he say about Vivi Koza?
definitely true. Vivi Koza. Vivi's been
Sorry.
rejecting princes. We know that. Smoker Hina.
Vivi's been rejecting princes? I mean, yeah. That could be hinted that she's waiting for Koza to I think it's likely the Vivi ship, but nothing has happened with them in so long. Who knows?
I think
Went on
they're just solid friends.
They went on a date. What do you mean? They went on a date. They went drinking. I think it's more than just solid friends, but who knows?
Usopp Kaya.
Needs to
I
man
think is
up?
straight
Yeah.
Confirmed. Come on.
Oh, well, I mean, duh. I mean, yeah, Usopp Kai is literally the only ship between any of the Straw Hats that is confirmed. No question about it. Yes, the evil Kermit, the Russian Kermit with the mole and the Sheik. I feel like it might get along with Feathers and McCall. Oh, of course, no, definitely. What was he gonna type?
Usopp Stockholm Syndrome.
What? No. No. I thought he was gonna say Usopp's Riz unmatched.
I think that's confirmed.
No, come on. Oh, that's just a joke. God damn it.
Here we go.
How can? But the Ace is dead. All right.
All right. Continuing on. Continue on. L, thanks a lot for being a Yod Code member for 24 months. Luffy times VV, domestic abuse confirmed. Luffy said equal rights, equal lefts, shake my head. Luffy did straight up
Soge
call
King?
VV.
Yeah.
That was funny. Smoker and Hida frequently date, is that right?
Yeah.
Suktu says Morge hates Sanji. No, I gave him credit for Pudding and Viola. Like, I think those are legit. I do think you legitimately... I think it's just very funny if you're a Sanji fan who thinks that Sanji Nami is a thing, because it reflects that you view the story through the eyes of the character rather than through everybody else's eyes.
He's not wrong. That is actually not just a Sanji fan thing. That is a shipping thing. That is one of the things that is a shipping thing that actually a lot of shippers do. Best example is that some people do it with Final Fantasy VII with Cloud and Tifa, or Cloud and Aerith, where they view those things through one of those characters only instead of the narrative that is being presented to you. That is a thing that a lot of shippers do, and it can be very. It can. The thing is, you can be, literally unaware that you're doing it, but it is true. That can happen, and it sucks when the realization finally hits you. You have the same aura. Listen. Kaya gets both Sogeking and Usopp. I think she's the luckiest gal in the world. But he's not wrong in that sense. That a lot of Sanji fans, and I can't say all of them because not all of them are like that. But my encounters with certain Sanji fans, and I'm talking about the really, 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 really like ones that go up the deep end. Hate Nami, but they still ship Sanji with Nami because they view Nami as a trophy. That is part of the reason why I cannot like that ship, because there's a lot of people who view it that way. I don't see Sanji viewing Nami in that way as a trophy, but what I do also believe is that he does think that she's very fragile. One of the reasons why I like Luffy and Nami together is that he doesn't view her as fragile. He helps her. He saves her when he needs to, when he knows she needs the help. But also, when Nami is able to handle and take care of herself, Luffy lets her. And Sanji is just overprotected. And one of the things I think Sanji has to stop doing, if he wants any sort of legitimate shot with Nami, stop doing too much. You're doing too much. It's overbearing. It's really overbearing. Yes, treat your wife, treat your girlfriend like a queen that she is. But there's a difference with being too overprotective to the point where you're not allowing her to grow as a character. And I think that is another thing that harms Sanji Nami, is that being protective and, saving a character is great, but if you keep on saving her and not giving her a chance to shine, you're harming the character more than doing good. And that's also another reason why I don't like the Sanji Nami ship. If he allowed her to grow and not constantly being the one to always want to save her, I get that. There are moments where, she needs saving, and I get that. But there are moments where he's just forcing himself into situations where, Nami can take care of the situation, yet he doesn't. And then I just learned I have to wake up early tomorrow. I'm flipping Saturday, so that was fun. Bye, Seb. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate it. That's why they're Sanji fans, Loony. I'm the type of person who likes to give people the benefit of the doubt. That they're not all like that. So I'm just one of those people. It's actually a curse of mine. It's something that I don't particularly like of myself, but I do like giving people at least, the idea that they fuck, man.
Because for everybody else, it's just like, yeah, this is like a funny joke, and Nami views it as a very useful. She's
not second chance, just not second chance. No, benefit of the doubt means that I think there's good in them. They're just not showcasing that, and I don't want to point them as being all of that when it's hard because of some of the things that some of the very, very hardcore eccentric Sanji fans do. I'm just that type of person. Yeah.
Cares about him, right? Okay, God.
She never saw him like that. But he's literally calling himself a servant to Nami as well. So it's just like, don't dumb yourself down to that level, because that harms your ship even more.
Island wouldn't have happened if that's not the case. But if you think that you think there's a single interaction in the story that indicates that Nami legitimately views Sanji as like someone that she's romantically interested in, I think you just view the story literally through Sanji goggles. I think it's funny.
You're not wrong.
All right, don't spam.
Just because it's a lot doesn't mean it's all. Hence the benefit of the doubt.
No spamming. Sinka, awesomer. What were you trying to say? Oops, says Sanji not even her #1 slave. I mean, come on. I think Sanji's her #1 slave. I guess she relies on Zeus more frequently probably now, right? All right. Continuing on.
Dick's so small, I piss on my balls? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that comment? Have you watched Balls and Garment Adventure Most Foul? Yes, I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
Nami's like Luffy and Boa, both one-sided. Yeah, I think it's almost worse because
My garbage can over there. I
it's
can't
like
find it.
Luffy Boa, at the very least, Luffy's just oblivious to what Boa's intentions are, right?
I feel like it does come off that way, that he may be a little bit oblivious, but I don't think that's the case because she asks him for marriage. He knows what marriage is, so it's just like he understands what she's trying to do because he knows what marriage is. So I don't think he's oblivious. He knows. He's just not interested.
Right, and her feelings toward him.
I can see why people think that, but I don't think that's the case at all. He knows what marriage is, so he's not like he's oblivious to it.
So I think Luffy Boa fans still have an inkling of hope in that they believe that, well, if like Luffy's technically never shut her down because he doesn't really understand everything, or if he.
Oh no! Oh no, Moritz! No! No! Oh. No! I swear, people so misrepresent Luffy's knowledge of romance and marriage and stuff like that. Oh my god. Oh. It's not. He's. Did I catch the Yorkshire Lancaster border sign gag? Yes. That was pretty funny.
If he has, it's like they can be like it's not that serious because it's Luffy, so he doesn't understand those things.
Oh, please, again. I'm gonna go insane. I would figure someone as smart as Morge would understand this, but
Nami Sanji is very different because it's extremely one-sided, entirely for gags. And Nami is not like Luffy. She's not oblivious. She knows how much Sanji's into her, and she views it as pretty pathetic. And that's established over and over throughout the story, except for when it's convenient for her.
I don't think it's pathetic. I just think that she finds it cringy. Pathetic and cringe are two different things.
She
doesn't find his antics pathetic. Like, she admires his chivalry. She just finds it cringe and just off-putting.
She humors his attraction to her, right? Luffy understands he rejected her. Yeah, I guess the argument for Hancock fans is that, like, well, he doesn't fully he understands, but to what degree does he understand? Whatever. So they could still give themselves some hope. Sanji Nami, it's literally just.
Okay, so that's what he was referring to. He wasn't referring it to his own belief. He was referring to like the Luffy Hancock side of Hancock of the Hancock fans who believe that Luffy is oblivious to what Hancock's intentions are, which I wish I could ask him about this. I'm glad someone brought it up here. I'm glad some people are bringing it up. That's actually, I'm glad about that at least. At least I'm not the only one. But he was viewing it through the perspective of a Hancock fan, so like Luffy Hancock. Okay.
Just like Nami's very, very aware. There's never been a moment that she's like actually been into it, and she's pretty much shut it down at every little point. Yeah, he did reject her twice when he asked him in marriage. He has rejected her. That's not fair for me to say, but again, the argument that I see from Hancock fans is just that, like, it's just Luffy.
That's the argument. But the argument doesn't work because Luffy understands what she's asking him of. He literally attended a wedding.
He doesn't get it. Maybe one day he'll get it.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see, but you see that David guy over here? This guy? This is the guy that apparently spent like $20 trying to shit on Luffy Nami. I'm very curious to see how he responds. Scappa Gavin lies. Luffy Lil tells him he will not marry. He knows she likes him. He does not reciprocate. Yes.
David Kasparov, thanks for 2. Morge confirmed Lunatic. Hancock fed Luffy, bruv. Yeah, because we know that Hancock loves Luffy. Let me just put it this way.
Also, that's such a shitty. Hancock fed Luffy. So did Rebecca. So did Otama. Why is that the qualification? Like, why is that, like, wow. So, only Hancock fed Luffy. Thus, that's why Luffy Hancock should be canon. Because only Hancock fed Luffy. Rebecca didn't do that. Otama didn't do that. Other characters didn't do that. Hell, if you're gonna go with that argument, you might as well say Sanji Luffy because fucking Sanji feeds Luffy all the time. Luffy, if Nami and Luffy were to have a kid, how many would it be, boys or girls? I like to think Oda would be one of those people who like go give Luffy the extra mile in everything that he does. So they would have twins, a boy and a girl. What are your thoughts on the Norbots? They were, when their eyes turned like that dark color, I forgot what color it was. I think it was just full black. That was really freaky. But they were funny when they were all focused on doing all the handiwork. That was pretty funny. But when the moments that their eyes became like really tough, they were very intimidating.
Luffy gave Nami his hat.
So does nearly every major side character on each island. Exactly. So that's why that argument is so stupid. That's not a good argument. Nami fed Luffy before any of them remember. Yeah, exactly. Nami fed him first. Like, well, no, not. Well, she didn't feed him first. It was technically Kobe. If you really want to go that far, it was technically Kobe who fed him first because he led him to where the apples were in the box. So it was just like fucking, alright, Luffy Kobe then at that point. Which, you know, the One Piece live action might as well push that shit at that point.
It's over. There's no competition.
True. That is also true. Think about it this way. Food is great, right? But here, if you want another point to this argument, Hancock fed Luffy food. Great. Who is the only person Luffy technically gives food to? That he doesn't want to share because he doesn't want to share food or be a hero? Nami. That is more impactful than just someone giving Luffy food. That is a more impactful moment. Right? And then you have Luffy giving his hat, the one that he called his treasure, and the thing that he cherishes because Shanks gave it to him. The only person he's ever given it to in the context of using it to comfort, you know, was Nami. Usopp had it, but Usopp didn't have it for comfort or, you know, or the context behind it was anything, you know, emotionally, maybe romantically, or not, I wouldn't say romantically, but like emotionally, driven was Nami. So you could say Hancock fed Luffy, but like everyone does at some point. What's important is what does each character do that they normally wouldn't. And Luffy both times does and shares things with Nami that he doesn't do with anybody else. Food and his hat. That, when you're looking at shipping in terms of a narrative sense, that is important. I have to say a tongue twister. Give me 1 second. I'll let this continue playing.
this is it. It's like Hancock feeding Luffy just means that Hancock really likes Luffy. Luffy gave Nami his hat twice. Multiple times in the story, that hat
Yes.
has been on Luffy's head, generally, and multiple times in the story, it's been on Nami's head. He's not fucking putting that hat on Frankie's head, you know?
Yeah. The only other 2 times that he gave it to somebody was Usopp, and the only really other time that he gave it to in terms of like an emotionally driven moment was with I mean, I guess you can't say it was emotionally driven with Otama because technically Otama was being pressed onto his back, so the hat was in the way, so he probably put it on her head anyway. But you could also put it emotionally driven because of like why she fainted and why, you know, she was behind him holding him while they were riding on the big cat, whatever the cat's name is because that was before he told her about Ace's death, so there is some emotional drivenness to it. But you're not going to ship Luffy and Otama. That's just weird. That is just awful. The Nami haters are going to come at him. Oh, yeah, the David guy? Yeah. Apparently he does this a lot. So here's a tongue twister. Yeah. I slit the sheet I slit, and on the slitted sheet I sit. Boom. A skunk sat on the stump and thunk the stump stunk, but the stump stunk, the skunk stunk. Of all the vids I've ever viewed, I've never viewed a vid as valued as Alex vid. What? That's just weird. How much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck chuck would? Fuck. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck? I can't. That one's hard. I can't do that one. There you go. I said it on Twister. Empty and so is the cheerful white guns of the Norbots added to the creepiness even more? Yes.
He's not fucking putting that hat on Robin's head. He's not putting that hat on Vivi's head. It's just there's not much. It's just
for the record, there is a scene of Vivi having Luffy's hat, but that is a filler movie thing that Toei did for the Alabasta movie.
To me, it's just debate over, unless you're really like falling for the Hancock gag or something like that. And if you don't believe that, you could literally just look at. Have you seen Strong World? I think if you've watched Strong World, which is the only movie written by Oda, it's pretty much impossible not to think that Oda thinks about Luffy Nami. It's pretty.
It's like, yes. It's literally the only movie he ever written by Oda. And it focuses heavily on the relationship and the bond between Luffy and Nami. It's not per se written in a romantic sense, but it showcases how their bond is and how strong their bond is. Right? And it's written by Oda himself. So you can't explain that other than Oda likes the dynamic between Luffy and Nami. Right? So it just, come on.
Pretty much impossible. It would be really strange if somebody's watched Strong World and still comes away from it thinking that, like, either you have zero, like, comprehension ability, so you just literally didn't follow the movie at all and just saw Shikis flying around and they're fighting Shiki. Or, like, I don't really know if you've seen Strong World, I think there's no debate.
That's right. Robin did wear the straw hat, but she took it from Luffy and put it on her head. Again, context matters when you're talking about those type of fucking moments. Did you get the end deck joke as well? I did not get that joke.
It's pretty much over. And then if you doubt that, then you can look at Oda's wife, who's literally a Nami's actress or some shit from a theater production.
Yes. So Oda met his wife during a production of like some sort of One Piece thing, some sort of theater production. I think her name is Chaki Inabi, if I'm not mistaken. I can't believe I got that right. Why do I know stupid shit? But this is her around the time that they first met. She literally played Nami in like some sort of theater production. You also have Tashigi in the back. So yeah, that's his wife.
Scopper Gaban, thanks a lot. Lies. Luffy literally tells him he will not marry her. He knows she likes him, but he does not reciprocate. Okay, yeah, like, I'm not a Luffy Hancock person. I don't think it's a real thing. I think it's silly. If we're to say Zoro Hiyori, right? I think Zoro Hiyori is a terrible, terrible ship. Like, genuinely zero chemistry. I think Zoro Tashigi, there's a fun dynamic at least. Fun.
Zero chemistry for Zoro Hiyori. Wow. Does that mean Luffy moment she asks for help after a breakdown reminds me when Aerith hugs Zack and shows when he goes to? I don't know if that. I wouldn't say. For me, I don't see the similarities because it's two different things. One of them is about comfort, in terms of like, you know, just being there for someone who's grieving after Zack, you know, experienced the death of Angeal. With the Luffy Nami moment, it's more like Luffy giving her the confidence, the courage, and the relief and the help that she desperately wanted. And that he was going to deal with the situation and help her out, and that she shouldn't hurt herself anymore because he's going to be there to help. And have this hat in case you feel like you're losing that courage again, or that feeling of dread and like lower confidence. So I wouldn't necessarily put it in the same length, but I can see what you mean. And in Deck are British television presenting duo that consists of Anthony McPartlin and Declan Donnelly. Ah, I see. Basically, it was the sun god reviving the hope for her dreams. If you want to put it that way, yeah, I guess. Oh man, I really want to draw the thing I have an idea for, but I don't have time.
Fun dynamic. Cool on paper. I think Zoro Robin. I mean,
Zoro Tashigi fun dynamic. Yeah, it's fun.
Just not much romance ever actually shown, right?
Yeah, just not much romance. Yeah.
Zoro Perona. I don't know what to say. Saba Koala. I'd say fun idea, just not much to it that's happened.
Yeah, you can say that. It's a fun idea. Especially if you see the relationship very similar to Luffy Nami, you could kind of see like why a lot of people like it. Like a lot of Luffy Nami shippers like Saba Koala. Not all of them, but a lot do. Although you can also say that there's a lot of Saba Koala shippers who do not like Luffy Nami, which is, to me, was always a little strange because they literally have almost the same dynamic. And maybe the Tifa Cloud Gungaga scene will work better. No, what would be similar to that would be the hug that they on chapter 14 of Remake, where Tifa is crying because she's losing everything, and Cloud essentially hugs her. It's not very much similar, but it works the same way in that regard.
Maybe only I thought this.
No, you did not. You're not the only one. There's a lot of people who actually do it like Kobe Rebecca. She was just betrayed as well, so more directly, it's the biggest symbol of trust you could give her to support her in that moment. Exactly, yeah. The idea that what Nami needed at that point was trust and needed help, but also trust, because everything and everyone that she knew has betrayed her. Arlong betrayed her, and allowed Mouse Guy to steal her treasure, and her family, while they didn't necessarily betray her, they lied to her about knowing what she was doing, and instead of trusting her again, they decided to leave. It's not necessarily betrayal, but it's essentially like them going to die because of her, and that's the one thing she never wanted to do, that she wanted to deal with everything herself. The fact that her family is now risking their life because she couldn't accomplish it made her lose her trust, made her lose her confidence, made her lose her ambition. It just broke her down completely. And Luffy putting on the hat on Nami essentially gave her that trust back, gave her that confidence back, and belief, that Luffy would be the one to deal with her demons. It's really good. Arlong Park, I have said this before, but Arlong Park is essentially the Along Park is essentially the one arc that essentially represents what all of One Piece is about. Betrayal, hope, dreams, trust, Luffy beating, somebody that was essentially beating someone and liberating someone. Literally, the moment he pops up from Arlong Park, the sun shines down on him as if representing him as the sun god. It's like all of Arlong Park and things leading up to that is the quintessential thing that One Piece is all about.
I don't remember. Luffy Nami. Great character dynamic between the two, right? But not like Luffy.
Yes. They help with Britain's Got Talent. Armin actually asked us if they could use their names for the end deck pun in the movie, and Mr. Deck's pun is on your doorstep, and that's another pun. Alright. That's pretty cool. I don't know them though, so it's definitely one of those jokes that I would not understand unless I watch more British television.
Luffy Nami, one of the best character dynamics in One Piece, right? Luffy Hancock, funny.
It is.
Good for gags, right? I'd say funny, good for gags. Luffy BB.
I don't know. I wonder if he actually knows that Oda literally said no to Luffy BB.
Phenomenal, platonic friendship. Sanji Pudding, good during Whole Cake. Good for gags. Sanji Viola.
I like how he chuckled every time he sees Sanji Nami.
I think too brief to really get much out of it. Robin Frankie. Great character dynamic. I think this character dynamic was a huge part of what made Enies Lobby Water 7 work. That was really Enies.
Yes, I would agree with that. Yes. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Song Elena's ship? I have no opinion on that because I don't see that as a ship. Oh, so you remember the old 1971 Willy Wonka the Chocolate Factory movie? Yes.
Bobby. Carnage, thanks for the 5. Feels out of character for Luffy to settle down. I agree. Can see him doing his own thing or dying at the end of the series. Yeah, but I mean, if Oda does like a Roger type thing where, if Oda were to do any sort of roam, so I think the two options for Luffy are basically one, which is like the 50%, 60% chance, more likely than not. One is just no romance for Luffy at the end. Two, if Oda does, I don't know if he'd ever have Luffy settle down, but if it's a thing like brief romance like Roger on the way out, it would be not with Nami, otherwise no one, right?
Okay. Luffy will never settle down. He's the type of person that will never settle down. So I do not see him settle down, which is one of the things that a lot of people are using for Luffy Hancock ship. There's a lot of people who are using that as like a bonus for the Luffy Hancock ship. But it's just not. It's not in Luffy's character to just settle down somewhere. He's gonna want to keep moving. He's gonna want to go on more adventures, even when assuming like the entire planet is reverted back to like the old ways. He's still gonna go on more adventures at that point. The only character that really gives him that opportunity, that chance to go on these adventures continuously is Nami, because again, Luffy understands that in order to go on these adventures, he needs someone to guide him because he can't do it himself, right? And he constantly has said in the series that he needs Nami to help guide him, and Nami wants to help guide him to places. That's how well the Luffy Nami dynamic also works in that scenario, right? Like, literally, at the end of the series, the only person whose dream will not be finished at that point will be Nami's dream. So, it would make sense that, they would continue traveling together. Sure, it could be with the other Straw Hats. That's perfectly understandable why people would think that, and I would agree that the rest of the Straw Hats will continue to do so. But how long would that take for Nami to fully complete her dream? If it takes a really long time, who knows if the rest of the crew is going to stick around. It's very possible that they might, but the off chance that they don't stick around, Luffy's going to want to help Nami complete her dream. I don't think that's going to be a question, because she helped him complete her dream. So why wouldn't Luffy want to help her complete her dream? And then that's when you could start building that romance between them. Where something could happen at, later on. People forget that he could just take the kids. I mean, yeah, he can. But he just won't settle down. I do not see him settling down at all.
But I think more likely than not really anything. David Kasparov, thanks for the 5. Toriyama influenced Oda a lot. Nami equals Bulmish, Hancock equals Chi-Chi bribing. Also, Oda's wife as Nami has danced with Sanji role in live shows, lol. Okay, but...
Okay, so... The whole thing with the Toriyama influence... Toriyama has stated several times that he sucks at writing romance. Like, he stated that he was awful at it. And, Chi-Chi does not... The only similarities I see with Chi-Chi and Hancock is the black hair. And the crush that they have for the other character. There's not much other personalities, because Chi-Chi also exhibits things where, like, she, confronts Goku about the silly stuff that he does. So it's like they both are similar in being sort of like hotheads, right? The only thing that you could make a comparison is that the black hair, like maybe, somewhat similar appearance, but you can't compare that. Because Oda's writing his own story. Yes, he's influenced by certain things from Dragon Ball, but you can't use that as like the groundwork for Oda doing the same exact thing. He's writing his own story, his own way, with his own thoughts. So that's always been silly. I always thought that was always a silly thing to do, even with other writing from other series. Did you know that the whole movie was actually an advertisement? Yes, I did know that. I did know Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory was an advertisement. Which is continuing what they're doing. Map and just be more open to subjects. Correct. Luffy can't settle down tradition. It doesn't mean romance on the table. I also don't think Luffy will ever get married. I do not see Luffy getting married at all. But you don't need to get married. You don't need to get married to love somebody. Like, at all. Marriage and weddings are literally just social things that people created for like big celebrations. You do not. It's literally something that the government just needs to make sure that you are wedded for like other like government like documentation reasons, tax reasons and stuff like that. You don't need marriage to fall in love or be with somebody. Like you could legit, and a lot of people are doing that nowadays in this day and age, because fucking weddings are stupid expensive and everyone's just fucking broke at this point. A lot of people are not getting married. They're just staying together. Sure, maybe later down the line they could get married, but I do not see Luffy ever getting married at all. Did you know that Roald Dahl actually hated the 1997 movie adaptation of his book? I might have heard that, but I'm not sure.
But Oda's wife as Nami has danced with Sanji's role in live shows. That's cool, but Oda also went and married Nami himself. Saying Oda was influenced by Toriyama to then say, well, that means that Oda's going to write the story the exact same as Dragon Ball. I think that the Chi-Chi illusion, or like the Chi-Chi comparison, is just the funniest one to me, because it's just like, if that's all you have to go off, which is like a series that Oda liked had something similar happen, then there's pretty much no hope for the Luffy Hancock thing. Because
you cannot use that for any sort of shipping thing. Unless the story is written by the same individual, there's nothing to use that in terms of evidence for any ship. There's absolutely nothing, and nothing exclusive and hard evidence for that. Absolutely not. It's just impossible. It's just a very, very bad piece of evidence to use. Right? The reason why people can use something like Fairy Tail and what was the recent one, Eden Zero by Hiro Mashima, is because it's made by the same person, so his writing's the same way. You cannot compare Oda's writing with Akira Toriyama's writing, because they're two different writers. Oda, in my opinion, actually focuses more on the writing aspect than Akira Toriyama ever did. Right? Like Dragon Ball, the initial Dragon Ball was a pretty good story. Dragon Ball Z was just about, fighting the next person up, essentially, right? With One Piece, you're looking at a much grander adventure that you cannot compare it to Dragon Ball. So comparing it to Dragon Ball is such a weak piece of evidence to use for any sort of shipping wise. Oh, Joseph, what's up? I'm doing good. Just watching about One Piece shipping.
This is basically saying that Oda preferred, because I do agree that Nami is Bulma-ish, and Chi-Chi's dynamic with Luffy's at least, Hancock's dynamic with Luffy's at least Chi-Chi Goku-ish. I agree with those things. But then then say that, well, Oda liked those dynamics so much that he decided to copy and paste.
Chi-Chi's dynamic isn't necessarily that way, because at the same time, the only dynamic that they share is that, they have this crush on this character. Other than that, Chi-Chi acts like very similar to what Nami does, and essentially controls the stupidity that Goku or Luffy does. Hancock doesn't do that. Hancock just allows Luffy to do whatever the hell he wants, and she encourages him. She doesn't stop him. So it's I don't necessarily agree with that.
Paste them into a story and play out exactly the same way is so wildly baseless, I don't even know what to say, right? The simplest way I can put it is that Oda in One Piece tends to treat romance more seriously than it was ever treated.
Alright, whoever this person is, ignorant weed. As stupid as Luffy is, he understands love. We always say how he is good at every character he is, and I think he never got Indian hands will be different from Lost Place. He watched Shanks and Makino all his child. But yes, but he also attended a wedding, so he knows. He also says that he doesn't like the romance or DB, just a joke, and he said that he doesn't see one-side relationship as genuine romance. Yeah, exactly. And literally the reason why Goku eventually married Chi-Chi is because she tricked him into thinking marriage was food when he didn't even know what the fuck marriage was. Luffy understands what marriage is.
He did in Dragon Ball, romance it's like a thing that happens in the background, or it's a thing that's generally a gag or whatever. Maybe the most interesting romance we ever had was most focused on romance that we ever had was maybe Gohan Videl, and that's pretty much it in all of Dragon Ball, right?
Yeah.
Even Vegeta Bulma. It was off screen. That entire thing that happened was pretty much off screen. We saw the after effects.
Literally, the one thing that we kind of saw between Bulma and Vegeta, where that relationship was slowly picking up, was her checking out Vegeta's ass. What the fuck? Come on.
So it's already two very different writers, whereas Oda will actually write arcs like Sanji Pudding, right? He will actually try and put some effort into some dynamics and actually writing storylines around them, right? Zoro Tashigi is doing something there. Usopp Kaya. Oda doesn't treat romance as a joke in One Piece. Maybe the closest you could say.
He treats it as a joke when it comes to gags, but when he actually wants to invest in a romance, like for example, Ginny and Kuma, or Odin and Toki, he takes it seriously.
Is even
so Vegeta asked how Goku's still married.
Even there, even though it's kind of a gag romance, even there was actually some character writing behind it. So I don't really know what to say. I think there's just if your only evidence is well, in Dragon Ball something like this happened, and then it's okay, in Dragon Ball Vegeta was a serious thing, whereas in One Piece kid's a fucking joke. You could do so many comparisons to Dragon Ball and be clearly it's not the same story. Grizzly Adams, thanks for being a Pirate King to remember for 18 months. Mode, you hinted in the Pirate King podcast that there might be something coming to shake up the Blackbeard roster. Oh, so you just listened to it. Nice. For those of you who don't know, the Pirate King podcast is out right now. If you want to listen to it, you can go listen to it. It's an hour and a half. It covers a shit ton of stuff, including, in my last video, I didn't touch on the Blackbeard pirates too much. I talk about it a lot in the latest Pirate King podcast if you guys want to get the breakdown there. As well as a shit ton of other things. I've had a tinfoil theory for a while now that Pat and Big Mom would return to first place, right? They kind of quit. There's too many big personalities. Also, let's get the stream likes up to 150 real quick. P.S. He watched Shanks and Makino all of his childhood. And I think, stupid as Luffy is, he understands love. We always say how he is good judge of character. He is, and I think we never got any hints it would be different with love. P.S. He watched Shanks and Makino all of his childhood. I like that argument. I like that argument. I would say that, yeah, maybe he wouldn't fuck around with feelings with Hancock or something. He's just saying, I'm not interested in you, and she just has to deal with that. None do.
God, I want to speak to him about this so much. I want to give him like more like that's a good way that's a good short version of that, but there's so much more. Oh, I wish I could talk to him about it, but he's too big for me.
V, thanks for the 5. You think Zoro will get real character arc this arc? I think that I think Zoro will get significant character stuff in the final saga, and I do think Elbaf is set up to do something to some degree for each character. So maybe if Zoro's having a major character arc, it starts here, but it's not necessarily this arc that everything plays out. Because I do think Oda's going to be trying to do, just from the stuff we've got in setup so far, I think he's going to be trying to do a lot of character work for a lot of the strides this arc. Type 35, thanks for the 2. Loki times Shaggy, aka Shirahoshi. Oh my god. That would be such a cool little idea if Shaggy's Shirahoshi. That's actually really, really funny. That's really, really funny.
I don't necessarily hate the idea. I could see the prospects of it. And by prospects, I mean like what it could mean narratively. I don't necessarily hate the idea.
Alright, continuing on here. Robin and Law. Cool in concept. I think that they are a similar type of character. Or I think they do mesh together character-wise on paper, but I just don't know if Oda's like actually.
That's probably what I wanted to say, that they mesh in character. So, yeah. But whether or not it actually leads to something, who knows?
Actually trying to pair them together, or it's just that they're characters that play off of each other well, in terms of being the more cerebral, big picture characters that are thinking about the broader ramifications of things, trying to understand things, trying to figure out things. Vivian Koza, seems, I find Koza boring, but could be fitting. I personally just find Koza boring, but but seems natural, like childhood friends, whatever.
That's the thing with Vivi Koza. We don't get to know Koza well enough for like anything like legitimate that we can discuss.
I just find it a boring shit, I guess. I think
Vivi Karu. All right, Matu, get the fuck out of here with that.
Just natural, if not exciting. Ace Yamato. Yamato sucks, but good for Ace. Stussy and Kaku. Pointless in wasted panel space in Egghead. Okay.
I mean, I'm not even gonna argue that. I'm not even gonna argue that.
All right, we're gonna start voting on these. We're gonna start voting on these in terms of like you can vote on.
All right, chat support. Let's see what chat thinks. President McCord did a James Bond reference Vengeful Spell with that little seal. Yes, I saw that. Yes.
It's just your support. That anim's BS. All right, weapon influenced by Usopp's. Excited when Bonchan copied on it in term. It's just your support. How much do you support? Like, how realistic does it seem for you? Oh, thanks for the 5. Didn't Luffy get excited when Bonchan copied Nami and he flashed the whole crew, or was that anime only? I forget, honestly, if it was anime only or not, but Oda did actually put out in a little SBS asking, like...
it was both manga and anime. It was
why was Luffy so excited to go peep on the girls' bath in Alabasta, right? Why was he excited about that when normally he's not excited about that sort of thing? And I think Oda's response was that Luffy's often influenced by Usopp. So if Usopp's acting like that, then Luffy will act like that too. Nandu V...
I could go in a whole spiel about that whole statement. I wouldn't say he only acts upon what Usopp does. I feel like that is the wrong way to put it. It's mostly like he acts upon what others are doing more than anything. and he picks and chooses when he acts upon. Like when Sanji peeps and does perverted shit, he doesn't act upon it because he knows it's kind of weird.
Hey, thanks for the 2. Thoughts on Chainsaw Man lately? I've kind of lost interest. I'm gonna be honest. That might be Fire Punch. After I read Fire Punch, I don't know. Everyone.
Luna Chow requires Luffy to be real mature dad. This is a deadbeat peace morgue. Hancock can raise Luffy Jr. while Luffy sells free with... Wow, David. What the fuck kind of statement is that? Like, this man.
Back to marijuana or something, right? Like, I still love Chainsaw Man, you know? But with the weights now, who you are. Even when I read Fujimoto's, like, the latest one, the one with the little filmmaker. Both the recent one-shots are so Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man's probably one of my real mature dad. This is Deadbeat Pete, or top view, at least. I just haven't read the latest chapters. David Kasparov, thanks for 5. Luna Child requires Luffy to be a real mature dad. This is Deadbeat Peace Morge. Hancock can raise Luffy while Luffy sails free with the crew. Why does it require Luffy to be a real mature dad? Wouldn't it just be the same thing? Nami loves children. I think she'd be pissed that Luffy abandons her with a kid, but she probably knows what she's getting into. Mudrud, thanks for the 2. Oro Jackson is best. That joke.
Yeah, like what? That argument is like absolutely like brainless. That is such a crappy argument to ever make. Unless it's world building for Oda lies or makes sarcastic jokes as it's not meant to be taken seriously. Yeah. And the way he words it is about like the way he words it is that Luffy does have that ability to act like that. You know, he's a healthy young boy, so he has the ability to act like that, but he needs outside influence to actually bring it out. Because normally he would not do it unless there is some sort of outside influence. Which means, you know, in the broader spectrum, is that Luffy has those moments where he can bring that out if he so chooses to. Most of the time he doesn't, right? So you can make the argument that if he finds someone or you know ends up with somebody, that inside personality of his that he hides away can come out if it's with the right person. You know? Which is why I don't think Luffy won't fall in love with anybody, because he can. Right? Currently he's interested in becoming the Pirate King. Currently he's interested in his dream. But when he finally gets that moment where he realizes that, you know, oh, love isn't so bad. You know? I'm feeling a certain way towards this character. You know? And this character is bringing that out from me because of the emotional investment or like the emotional relationship that he has with this other person. And that could bring out that sense of like wanting to be with that person because he has that inside of him. He just doesn't bring it out like the way Sanji does. You know? He needs an outside influence. Oda is essentially saying that Usopp became that outside influence that made him want to peep. Right? Because he was doing it, everyone else was doing it, so that outside influence brought that inside influence, that inside thing that he has into that scene, which tells me that there is something there. Just Luffy doesn't share it or doesn't or bring it out like everyone else does. So you could view it that way as well if you want.
Joke been made yet? Oro Jackson is best. I don't know what that joke is, but thank you for your first super ever. Maybe I'm missing something. Gerard, thanks to the 5. The possibilities for the Straughts to fail or be forced to take a loss here could make Elbap one of the best arcs in One Piece and 2 options each time. All right, and we'll okay. So 30. I'm gonna say 29. Wait, seems like what is it? About 33% support. 33% support. 33%. Shit, I don't know.
Better Spetsu actually got a name. His name was Ron the Seal. Ernst Strabo Blofeld and his pet cat, yes.
Let me see on this package. I'm officially
33%. 33%. Okay.
Please be delivered. For deleting Where are we at? Support for Zora Tashigi.
56.
Pretty good.
56%.
Zora Robin.
Okay.
How do we feel about Zora Robin?
Okay.
Also, let's get the stream likes to 150 real quick. Yonko Cruz parallel each other. I think it'll a la cross guild with law. So it seems like about a 26% support rate.
That is low. I thought that's kind of low. I thought more people would be interested in Zora Robin, but I guess.
Yeah. They do destination at the moment. Oda already played with the Kid and Law idea. Do you personally think that Kid Law making an alliance, Yonko Commander, like for fan fictiony?
You think Oda randomly pivoted from his OG Wano plan? People are not gonna let that all go away.
Think to the 5 Chainsaw Man. Oh, for time's sake, people love full ship so far. Saba Koala, 91%. That's our.
That is high. That is high. I am shocked it's that high. Wow. Okay. Okay.
Our most successful ship so far. You think I'm naturally because the chapter count is so high for some time, especially during chop. That's a shame. It was something that I
18%.
suggested. Kobe Hibari. I think people just really like Kobe Hibari.
No, literally, Hibari has a crush on Kobe. It's the most likely Kobe ship. I don't think he knows that Hibari has a crush on Kobe.
Kobe Rebecca is potentially a thing. I fully acknowledge that. Don't worry about that. That's, for me, for some reason, there was just something about their interaction that was just like, oh, Oda's setting up. Maybe it's just because they had pink hair. All right, Luffy.
I literally said that. It's literally a crack ship because of their same colored hair.
Here we go. We're getting to the controversial stuff.
Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. 82%. Wow, I thought that would be higher. Considering the fact that Hibari has a crush on fucking Kobe.
I have a feeling Luffy's gonna be fairly split because I think I've seen almost equal numbers of like Luffy Nami, Luffy Hancock, Luffy BB. I think there's gonna be no consensus. Raven Hill, thanks for the 5. Hello, I found your vids through Grand Line Review. I love your stuff. Oh, thanks. That's awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed. Oh shit. We got a 55.
Also, the book that Garmin was reading in his bed was A Room of One's Own by Virginia Woolf, and we see that was published by the Penguin Books Company. Nice.
55%. That's pretty good. That's a hard number to hit.
Okay. 55%. More than half. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll take it.
For Luffy Nami. Here we go. Luffy Hancock. I mean, for any Luffy ship in general, it's a hard number to hit. That's BS. Well, then you can vote for Luffy Hancock then. I imagine this one will also get a good deal of support. Oh, this one's still pretty good, getting a good amount of support. All right, 41% is what I'm seeing. I'm gonna call it here. All right.
41%. Yeah.
I fully acknowledge that you all might be biased by my commentary that I've put down here, but that's okay. Let's see Luffy Vivi. Luffy Vivi confuses me the most because I'm just like, damn, they really read some weird ass translation of Alabasta. I don't even know what they must. Is this maybe this is some shit that happened in the 4Kids dub or something like that? I don't even know. I don't know.
I just don't see it. You probably have people fucking view Nami Vivi better than Luffy Vivi at this point.
Right. See it about 20% basically. Because 4Kids I know changed a lot of shit, so I guess this would probably be the most extreme thing.
I don't think 4Kids did any of that. I think what it was, in terms of the Luffy Vivi ship, I think what happened, The only thing I could see it happening is that people wanted to ship Luffy with somebody and they couldn't decide, but they liked the dynamic between Luffy and Vivi and thought it was more than just platonic. That's my 2 cents on the whole thing. And they actually made a pun with the author's name. Would you like to guess what the pun is? A room of penguins. I have no idea. I would not be able to know what that pun would be.
Thing that they changed. Huh? This 4Kids shit. Sanji pudding shouldn't be much to talk about here.
Luffy Vivi only makes sense in context of Joy Boy and Lily. Yeah, you could say that, but it was a thing way before that.
Right. We can relax. We can all relax. We can all relax. We got a package. We can all relax. Everybody calm down. I'm going to stop rushing. I'm still going to try and close stream out in a reasonable rate, but we got the package. Oh, shit. 83%. That's pretty strong.
Sanji Jerd. Wow.
Okay. 83% support for this.
Yeah.
Sanji Nami.
See what people say.
Sanji Nami. Let us see. Let's just see.
Virginia Woolf's last name was changed into Wolf. I see.
JP, thanks for the 10. Hot take, but I think if people want to force a parallel, the closest thing Garp has to a right-hand man is Loki saying. So people get very upset in terms, but I view like they're equals. People will really just like, no, what their gap is supposed to be. Really, it is what it is. I'm genuinely baffled that there's
19%. When the fuck did he type that?
Sanji and Nami, 19%.
That is wow.
I'm genuinely baffled by that, but it is what it is.
19%.
I'm genuinely baffled that there's 19% if you even think that that's like a thing. It's just like it would be. I just don't even know. I literally don't know.
Luffy ships are hard because the West, most of his audience want to project asexuality on him, so people might say no on false principle. That's definitely one. That's definitely a reason. I made a video on the whole thing. At the end of the day, I think Luffy in general does know what love, romance is. He may not understand, like, maybe, you know, the action of sex and stuff like that, and like just in general, like, why is it important? You know, but I think that, you know, the way Oda answered the question about the Usopp thing and the influence, I think there is some form of sexual, like, want of like, or the idea of, like, you know, being someone who's sexually attracted to other people is there. Luffy just doesn't showcase it the same way Sanji or Brook does. But if anything, Luffy wouldn't fall in love or want to be with somebody for sex. I think that is definitely a thing that he will not do. He wants to, if he's going to fall in love with somebody, it will be because he's emotionally invested in that person.
I don't know how you come to that conclusion. That's like a thing that Oda's not playing as like a very, very one-sided, consistent.
Sanji's a Chad like scalper. He deserves a harem end. Wow.
Joke that has no actual weight behind it.
Oh, wait. Pikachu, you're there. I just see that. I saw that. You're right there. Terabyte. I saw that.
Continuing on. Ryochia, thanks for bringing a Yonko to your member for 28 months. All of this suggests that these characters are strictly monogamous. Also, you forgot Zora times Kiku. Ah, so we got some... we got some people who are hoping for some poly action here. I mean, not poly, but you know what I mean. Like, hoping these characters get around a little bit. It's just, look, you can interpret it how you interpret it. If you're like, because if you feel like Sanji, if you're saying you support Sanji Viola, it doesn't even mean necessarily like you think they're gonna end up together at the end of the story. It's just like, oh, did you feel like there was like a legitimate canonical romance written in there, and how'd you feel about it? Whatever. It's a vague. It's whatever. So I'm seeing about 40.
I mean, yeah, shipping is for fun. Ship whoever you want. Just don't be dicks about it.
9%, 51%. Let's see. It doesn't mean, you know, it's just, it is what it is. Am I missing any supers? No, I don't think I'm missing any supers. Okay, continuing on. What did this one end up? Okay, 48. It was our, say 49%. Okay, 49%.
Wow, that's honestly that's a little high. Was not expecting Sanji Viola to be 49%.
I think low-key Sanji's been doing pretty well with women in the New World outside of like Nami, you know. So you just have to go outside the circle pretty much, you know. Like you don't have to date within the family. Yes. Robin Frankie. I'm curious about this one because this is, I'll say personally for me, this is like a perfectly set up. If Oda wanted to do it.
There's more to Luffy and Vivi. Do you remember when Koba said, I finally see a way forward for Alabasta? He wants to keep the D lineage going. Wouldn't that make... No, that's not what he meant. That's not what he meant. Wow. Ooh, wow. Wild take right there.
Perfectly set up a little bit. And I just love their dynamic in Enies Lobby. And the dynamic continues on in softer ways throughout other arcs. Like I like that in Thriller Bark when the stars are all separated, it's Robin and Frankie together. They just play off very well with each other. I think with Robin Frankie it's almost just like yeah, it's looking like a 65%.
That seems a little low, but
I feel like with Robin Frankie it's almost like, you know, an opposite attract type concept. Like, they're very, very different on paper, but...
That's literally Luffy and Nami, too. Like, opposites attract. Like, Luffy and Nami are very different from each other in a lot of ways, but the dynamic works well.
That's, I feel like, why they play off each other so well. Whereas, I guess this one, it's just like Robin and Law are very similar in a lot of aspects. They're not identical, but they're very similar.
In the early days of One Piece, Zoro and Nami was viewed as a legitimate ship. They used to have a lot of interaction, but these decreased significantly after Skypiea. Yeah. They had a lot more moments, but post time skip they almost have absolutely nothing. Like legit, like what happened in the most recent chapter is probably the one thing they got that. Yeah, and before that was absolutely who knows when the fuck when, right? Maybe when she tapped his head, I guess. But like, I don't know if you want to consider that as a shipping moment. But like, even in the context around that whole thing, Luffy's the one that caught Nami, and then gave her to Zoro to catch. So it's like, but it is what it is.
V-Maker, thanks for the 10. In the early days of One Piece, Zoro and Nami was viewed as a legitimate ship. They used to have a lot of interaction, but these decreased significantly after Skypiea. I mean, I could imagine that. I could imagine people viewing that as like a legitimate ship, but I just think that there's so little in this day and age. I don't know. Still a lot of...
Little, there's absolutely almost nothing, and that's the sad part. Because I wouldn't mind some sort of fucking Zoro and Nami interaction. We're finally getting that. But we hardly got any Zoro or Nami interaction, and... that's a little sad, because they were part of the Romance on trio, so I would expect them to have some sort of and a lot more interaction throughout the story, but they don't. It sucks.
One, which I think this is fair. I think this is fair. We'll put it at 45%.
I have no idea. I can't see what the rest of them are.
Oh, it's going down a little bit, 44%, because they.
He's just gonna move.
So they are access to the full armory, but we never got to see that version of Wapol against Luffy. But it was clear that he could defeat Usopp
Oh, he
Kai.
does.
Just a 100% yes. 97%. Like, if you go back, like shoot. Yeah, the panel that I think of when I think of first, I think of him managing to pull this off against NL, who's literally God. Like, no one can do anything. Not literally, you know what I mean. As close to God as you can get, but like Wiper manages to pull it off against all people, like actually taking NL down.
I don't know
NL
what the
just survives
conversation was
through.
about, but I mean, I want
Our
to see the rest
ships,
of
it
this.
seems like the one.
Usopp Kai. No, who? How is Usopp Kai at 97%? Like, it's legit. Wow. All right. Robin Law 44%, Robin Frankie 65%, Vivi Koza 62%, Smoker Hina he doesn't do it, Usopp Kai 97%, Ace Yamato 60%, and Stasi Kaku 56%. Wow.
Ones that seem particularly outlandish are like, not outlandish. I think just the ones that people don't really support. Because Zoro Hiyori, it's not. I think that's one that's. It's not even. I guess it's one. It's similar to like a Luffy Hancock, right? It's similar in that sense. It's just Luffy Hancock.
Kaki joke, wasn't
There's
it?
more
Yeah.
time put into it. But people support the idea of like Zoro Tashigi, Zoro Robin. I don't see that much support. Zoro Perona, I didn't even bother doing. I mean, I have time now. I can do Zoro Perona. Here, let me go ahead and do Zoro Perona. Because the thing is, I don't view it as like crazy, the Zoro Perona stuff. It's just like, it's just so little to work with. That's why. Also, let's get the stream likes up to 200 real quick. Oh, Smoker Hina. I got to do that as well. Sorry about that. Smoker Hina. Zoro Perona is like crazy. I just think that
42%.
there's so little to go off of there. Let's see Smoker Hina. Work with. Okay, so looking at it, basically, if we were to go character by character, it seems like people lean most towards Zoro Tashigi being a thing. Sabo looks like everyone's locked into Koala. I don't think I've seen anything else for Sabo. I think that when Sabo and Bonnie ran into each other at the Reverie initially, I think I saw some people saying that Sabo and Bonnie might be a thing, and then we learned how old Bonnie is, so then that died. Kobe Rebecca, I think it's just me, man. I think
It's not just you. There's a lot of people who like Kobe Rebecca, but it's there's nothing there.
me and a few other people who thought that Kobe and Rebecca is a thing or whatever. I don't know. Kobe Hibari, I think I just don't fucking remember any of their interactions. Luffy Nami, it doesn't have like overwhelming support, but considering how competitive the Luffy market is, it's kind of similar to Luffy Zoro Tashigi, where like a lot of readers have a lot of feelings about a lot of characters towards them. So same with Luffy, like people will ship whoever with Luffy. So it seems like Luffy Nami comes out ahead, but Luffy Hancock's still legit. And then Luffy Vivi's just, there's some people exist, you know? Sanji Pudding, it's like a actual thing. Sanji Nami, basically crazy. Sanji Viola, it pretty much, it was like low-key a thing in Dressrosa. It's just how much do you support it being, however you want to interpret the yay or nay thing. Like, do you think they end up together? I think that's a no. I can't imagine that being a thing. If Oda even has Sanji end up with anyone or whatever. Do you think it was like a legit romance? If you interpret the question that way, then yeah, I could see it being like 50%. Robin Frankie, I just like the support for that. I don't think Robin Law is crazy. I really don't. Vivi Koza, yeah, it's just a boring option for, but it's just, you know, it's there. The character dynamics there. Smoker Hina, apparently a lot of people just really like that for Smoker. Usopp Kaya is the only one out of this whole list that I guess it's the only one that's like a true, just real ass ship. And I think the thing that kind of seals it is like Oda oversaw the.
I mean, what do you mean? What sells it? He literally just wrote it that way. Hey, J-Man, Robin Zoro. 26% apparently people in his chat agree with you. And Evan said Zoro and Nami, there's no interactions now and no undertones previously, which is why I think the series about the intention of having them in live action is a bizarre lie for marketing. I mean, for me, I never saw anything. For a ship like that, a lot of people like to view it as like this sexual tension between two hot characters. As for the live action whole thing, it probably more than likely has to do with influence from the writing team more than anything. Because there's a lot of things that they did in the live action that completely just doesn't follow what the manga or anime do, despite the fact that Oda approved all those episodes. But again, they probably fought a lot of things that they wanted that Oda just agreed to. There was a few things that he did fight against, but you could clearly see that they were trying something with Zoro and Nami.
The One Piece live action. So that's not to say that everything in the One Piece live action is canon, but I'd say, like, because it's not, right? But I think just the fact that Oda okayed just the confirmation of romance with Usopp Kai and the One Piece live action just makes it kind of like,
Yeah.
it's just a thing. Ace Yamato, people, we got very little of what might have gone on there, but people like it, so it's there. Stussy Kaku, I thought Stussy Kaku was just a romance in Egghead, but maybe not. Maybe it's just platonic.
I didn't get that. I thought it was platonic, but
All right. It is Netflix. They had to put something to support at the end. Yeah, so it might have just been them pressuring Oda into something, but I don't think it's a huge deal.
I think it's a huge deal just because they're trying to pressure shit onto Oda, which is fucking... is something that Netflix and Hollywood does, which is fucking bullshit. I mean, overall, his video has valid points that I think there are parts that I agree with. I don't necessarily agree with the whole concept, but he was saying it that it was in review of Hancock fans, so I see why he would say it. But I do not agree with that whole thing with Luffy not knowing what marriage is, which still fucking baffles me, and that's why I don't like that. Like the idea for a ship like that they don't like. Oh, Luffy knows romance. Oh man, I made a video on it, so you could check out the video if you wish. But like, fucking hell, man, I hate when people like try so very hard to diminish like Luffy's emotional intelligence about love. One of the strongest feelings in the fucking world, and a character like Luffy who's very emotionally intelligent, and you don't think he understands it. I just never agree with that. But overall, yeah, there's not much else to say. I agree with most of his video. That one guy who kept pushing, fucking trying to dissuade Luffy Nami and try to get Luffy Hancock with some really bizarre takes. And then at the end when he fucking says that Sanji deserves a harem and just like... that is the definition of one of the crazy Sanji stands. That's legit one of... like the complete definition of what a Sanji stand is. And like I said, there's not much you could do when someone is so blinded by agenda or favoritism for a character that you overlook everything else about something. There's not much you can do at that point because they're never gonna change their mind in regards to it unless Oda does something that makes them change their mind. Okay, so imagine this. Garami attempts to sneak into Feather's evil lair to try and destroy his blueprint. Suddenly a spotlight turns on the darkness of the lair and beams at Feathers McGraw, who's sitting at his organ. But, yep, like I said, a Luffy, not blind. Yeah, like, he just doesn't care at this moment in time for, like, any sort of romance. That doesn't mean that he doesn't understand it, because he does, considering the fact, he knows what marriage is. He's been at a wedding. He's seen a wedding. He's seen people kiss apparently because, you know, like he said to Sanji during their meeting for the plan to stop Big Mom was that when Capone asked him, do you know what time it is that you enact the plan, which was, you know, pop out of the cake? Luffy literally said that, yeah, when Sanji and Pudding smooch. So he knows what kissing is. He's seen people kiss more than likely. He knows what kissing is. That's why it's just I don't like that take that people think that he just doesn't know any of this stuff. He does. He just doesn't care enough about it that he like mentions anything about it until he's asked about it. You know. But yeah, no, I agree with a lot of Morge's points. You know, I already knew that he looks at Luffy Nami fondly. Maybe he's not really a big time shipper in terms of Luffy Nami, but he understands their dynamic a little bit more. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I could see why he would do it like this. So yeah, I get it. Feather McGraw starts playing a menacing tone in his organ and slowly turns around to look at Gromit. I've been expecting you, Agent Gromit. Nice. So yeah, I could see it. It's a pretty good video, but like, shipping is dangerous. Shipping is a very dangerous thing to talk about. But I do it anyway because I am loony, so thus I am crazy. Let me see what the comments say. I legit thought this was gonna be about boats, and the thumbnail was misdirected. Jeez. Mr. Morris, you turn this into 20-25 minutes on the most likely ships that will happen. Bro, that's just printing money. He should definitely do this. It would get engagement. For someone as big as Morge, he would definitely get engagement on that. People who support Sabo Koala but not Lunami are strange. Literally the same dynamic, same age gap, but less emotional moments. They've been raised together since childhood, making them more of a siblings than Lunami, but I guess the only difference is that they're not in the way of any other agenda. Yeah, I guess you could make that argument. No need to be the two same ships. The difference is between Sabo and Luffy. I don't ship Luffy and Nami, even though they're my two favorite characters, but I find it so funny when people hate on this ship so much and talk about it being inappropriate as if it was incestuous just because the Shredds are like family. Oda's decision to not have romance within the crew isn't an ethical choice. It's a creative choice, which I really respect. I don't know how people can't understand that. Because people don't understand what found family is. People think that when people talk about found family, they think like they act like actual brothers and sisters, so they think like, you know, their relationship has to be similar to like brothers and sisters, so the ships don't become canon. But you have to understand, there's several ships that first started off of like, you know, the characters thinking, you know, like they were brothers and sisters. Like famous example, Full Metal Alchemist, where Rinmarie talked about Ed in like literally saying that that she viewed Ed as like her brother, and they ended up together. The concept of the sibling argument is always because they have no other argument against it, so they use it to try to make it weird or gross. Literally, that is the only reason people ever use a sibling argument. It happens in every other shipping community. My Hero Academia suffers through that as well, where people viewed Ochako and Deku as siblings, which, to me, oh my god. The difference is that Oda said there can't be romance in the crew. He never explicitly said that. Again, read what Oda says carefully and read what the words he uses, because he does not say explicitly that there is no romance in the crew. Bye, X. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate it. Sabo never showed any romantic sexual attraction to anyone just like Luffy, so I don't see the difference. You don't understand the context in when he said so. He said the reason was boys wasn't interested and it was 2007. Since Dressrosa, we've had multiple canon couples and started using romance a lot more. Senior Pink. I thought it was Senior Punk. Whatever. Kido, Scarlet, Sai, Baby 5, Odin, Toki, Sanji, putting Kinemon and his wife. I mean, yeah. The context, he also doesn't even say no. He just says, I don't think so, which doesn't mean no. It's just that he doesn't know if he has a plan for it. At the time, he was much younger. He viewed Shonen Jump differently. You know, that this manga, that he didn't want to make this manga, you know, have romance. He just wanted it to just be something that young children and young boys could just read after school or some shit like that, you know? But, like, yeah, his tune has changed because he literally has started putting romance a lot more in the story. And that is huge. He even talked about it with the creator and mangaka of Detective Conan, where he literally says that he just doesn't have the confidence. He likes the one-sided relationship, but he doesn't have the confidence in making an actual romance because he's afraid that, you know, the characters will lose essentially the we'll lose fans. You know, that's something he's always very concerned about. But but then after Gear 5 came out, he started saying stuff like, "Oh, you know, I know people are not gonna like Gear 5, but I decided that it doesn't matter at that point. That I'm gonna write the story the way I want to, and Gear 5 is the way I want to represent Luffy's newest transformation," and he did so. So it shows that he's not afraid. You know, he still lacks confidence in the romance department, specifically like not the one-sided ones, but there's always a chance he could change his mind about it. And he's reasonable. Most big channels on Steam play it safe or laugh of shipping completely. I mean, shippers in general can become crazy, chaotic. For example, that David guy who go on channels and say shit like that and try to fight with somebody's opinion, you know, to try to get them to change instead of just, you know, respecting their opinion, just moving on, not liking, or, you know, just not watching anymore. Shippers try so heavily to force their own shipping preference onto people, and it's just, why? You know, you could debate with them, but you can't force anyone to either change their ship or who they can and should ship. You can't do that. It's like what's happening in the Final Fantasy VII community, where Cloud and Aerith fans continuously go on streams of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and every single time, whenever the streamer is going for Cloud and Tifa, they're there trying to, you know, tell them that they're playing the game wrong, and it's like, what are you doing, man? Let them play the game the way they want to, just like let them ship whoever they want. You know, if they come after you, then you have every right to defend yourself. That's perfectly the way it should be. But when you don't go and start looking for a fight, because then that people see that and think, oh, that person's let's say a Luffy Nami shipper. Oh, they're attacking me. I don't fucking like that. You know what? This is probably how all Luffy Nami shippers are. Fuck them. Same thing with you know, Cloud and Tifa or Cloud and Never shippers. The same way. That's why this idea that we should be toxic or aggressive against people is so stupid, because that's literally how this cycle of hatred and just constant buckery just keeps happening. Shipping is about fun. It's about looking at the characters and really, really experiencing the possibility of a romance between them, and just looking at fan art, reading fan fiction, all this stuff. It's when you take that way beyond what it needs to be is when everyone starts hating you. I've seen both do it, right? Claire more often than a few Cloudy. Both. Here's the reality. Even if you don't see your side doing it, I guarantee you there's someone on your side doing it. I know there are Luffy Nami fans who do it, who do the same thing, where they go and attack other shippers. I've seen it. I know they exist. I just don't like people doing that, because it doesn't solve anything. You want them to believe that you are correct in your interpretation and that they are wrong. And you're doing it in a way that comes off as aggressive and making them feel like shit, that they shouldn't or are not allowed to do what they do. If they say something that is mostly slander, right, or come after you, that's understandable. But if they're celebrating something that they got, even if it's minor or it doesn't affect anything, let them celebrate. There's nothing wrong with it. It's when they become aggressive about it and tell people, you know, like that they're fucking wrong and that they should be shipping what I ship. That's when shit just hits the fan, and you become the thing that you defend yourself against. And I don't like that concept. You can't fight toxicity with toxicity. It just creates an endless cycle of toxicity that never goes away. And it makes everything so much worse. It makes everything so much worse for the fandom community. It makes everything worse for the shipping community and your own community. For whatever ship you prefer. It doesn't help. This idea that you have to do that, fight toxicity with toxicity, is beyond fucking stupid. I'm sorry. I do not agree with anyone who believes that. Right? This idea that, like, you know, they're gonna hate your ship anyway. So be toxic against them. They're gonna hate you anyway. They're gonna hate your ship anyway. No, you don't have to fight them at all. If they're gonna hate it no matter what, then there's nothing you can do to change their mind. So there's no point in fighting them. Just block them and move on. Ignore them. Because you're not gonna win. You're just gonna get into an argument. You're just gonna become toxic yourself, and you're gonna become something that I know you are not. People will hate no matter what, and no matter how much you try to convince them, they will continue to hate. It's just, again, an endless cycle. An endless fucking cycle that I am so fucking tired of seeing. But apparently I'm wrong, and all it does is make me look and make me the one who's causing all the hatred that has happened to shippers. Fucking Christ. Well, that's why I don't understand with people. There are plenty of videos I see that I don't agree with because I usually don't watch or leave a comment. I just usually ignore it. People want engagement. Some people do it for just to be a dick, or engagement, or just to be a nuisance. Others sometimes get caught in the crossfire, and that there's nothing they can do about it, so they tend to just start arguing. But for the most part, it's just looking for a fight. It's simply just looking for a fight because you were bored that day or some shit. To address your previous line of thought, romance has become more popular in shonen recently, so you might be feeling more confident. It won't change things, but it might explain why things are slowly becoming less subtle. Yeah, I can understand that because back in the 80s and 90s, you didn't necessarily have romance be a huge part. You have rom-coms, you had, series like Yu Yu Hakusho that did have romance in it. But you also had series like Dragon Ball Z that had romance, but it was so shallow, it was so weak that it was nothing. It wasn't as interesting or really narratively good. It wasn't written well. Then slowly series became a little bit more comfortable with romance. While Naruto didn't necessarily have the greatest romance because Kishimoto himself said that he wasn't good at writing romances. I mean, yeah. He was not good at writing romances. He literally, one of the things that he said, I forgot which interview it was, but he literally said that one of the initial ideas as to why he created Sakura was to have some sort of love triangle between Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. The entire team set to be some sort of weird love triangle thing. And to me, that just came off so you're just creating a female character just to play off the two main characters that you're going to focus on more and leave the female character left in the dust. So I'm glad he went with the direction he did, but he still wasn't good at writing that romance. Right? It's what the fuck? Bleach, at least, Kubo had a ship that he wanted to do, and he created moments and then, finished off and, made, the romance that he wanted. It wasn't, amazing writing wise, but you know what? Yeah, that's fine. He did a pretty decent job in regards to it. But yeah, a lot more series now has gotten, plenty of good romances. One of the newer ones, Dan, has a great romance in it. I've been reading it. It's actually fucking fantastic. And it's funny because the story is that the mangaka wasn't good at it, and the editor told him to go read shoujo manga. And when he did, look at what's happening. He read shoujo manga, and this is what happened. And I think with the rise in romance, especially in a lot of these series like Dan, and some of the rom-coms that they have, Blue Box. I think that's called Blue Box, right? Romance is something that a lot of people care about now in shonen series, right? And while it may not be their preferable market, because you still have series like Jujutsu Kaisen, who is mostly battle manga oriented, it's still getting more popular now with romances. So Oda might be seeing that and be like, you know what? Yeah, maybe I might be able to do something. And it kind of shows in the post time skip where he does fit romance a lot more in the story. he had to give Naruto a movie. I don't know if he's the one who gave that movie, but it was just to fill in the gap between the epilogue chapter and the last chapter of Naruto to give context and how these ships became canon. You know, I don't know if it was him that like gave the yes to the movie and made the movie, and he wrote it. I have no idea if he did. Well, as a bigger Bleach fan, I still think he didn't do a greatest job on Horimiya writing, and after rewatching it, I see the potential, but I still feel like he didn't do the best job. Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Kubo was amazing at writing it. He just had a plan and just went with it, and, you know, he did the best as he could. It still wasn't great. But he had a plan. You know, most of these mangakas sometimes don't have a plan and just go with whatever romance. For example, Naruto. Tell me, like, how in the world did Chocho get with whoever that was? Like, that just came out of nowhere. Like, everyone was just like, what? How? When did that fucking happen? You know, they didn't even interact at all during the fucking series. So it's like, yeah, that's when you see, like, oh, some of these series is just like, what? Like, they like, you could tell from that they honestly had no idea what kind of romances they wanted to do. You know, sometimes you just have romances that you just have for one character and then that's it. But you could also argue My Hero Academia, because My Hero Academia only showed like one ship that actually became canon out of Class A, where there's several of the ships that definitely were written in a way that could be seen romantically, but there was only one that became canon. So it's just like, I mean, yeah, he had a ship that he wanted to do and he did it. You know, romance, a lot of people think it's easy because a lot of people think that, oh, you just give a character, have a crush on this character and boom, you have a ship. It's not. You have to be very, very good at writing romance. It's a very hard thing to write because you're talking about human emotions. Human emotions are one of the more difficult things to write about. Very difficult. You know? Very difficult. And some people do not understand it because a lot of people don't really have romantic experience. When you accept that you're not good at something, don't force it. When you do it, it becomes more naturally, I guess. The thing, well, when you don't try to force a ship, you can for example, I think Oda's great at writing romance without trying, which is why Luffy Nami is so popular. Right? I guarantee you, if this was any other series that wasn't One Piece or written by Oda, and they created that, the scene where Luffy puts the hat onto Nami, Nami would have instantly fallen in love with Luffy at that moment. And that would have been something that progresses throughout the story. Instantly, that would have been a moment of romance. But the way it's presented in the story is more like, you know, a friend helping out a friend. Accidental romantic moment. Because a lot of people view it as romantic. Oda probably viewed it as just a friend helping a friend. But, like, any other writer would use that shit and be like, oh, romance, right there, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Right? But the thing is that Oda, the way Oda writes his characters is that he wants them to get closer more than anything. He wants them to bond. He wants them to build that trust, that relationship, that friendship first. And that's how you should be doing romances in general. Because you don't want to just have a character fall in love just because you want that to be part of their personality. That's the thing. Like, if you make that a character's full personality, the character isn't good. You know, you just gave him something that no other character had, and you hope as you go along with your story that people will enjoy it and see why you're doing it because you're creating moments for that thing. But the way to write a proper romance is that you have to give them that core thing that everyone needs, and that is friendship. Have them start as friends. You can have them have a crush on one another, but have them become good friends first. You build upon that. You continue piling on that with moments of just friendship, and then slowly that builds into an opportunity to be romantic. You know? Like, think of it this way. Orihime had a crush on Ichigo, right? There are things that she saw in Ichigo that was like, minor things that, she picked up on because guess what? She was so interested in him that she carefully looked for those things. But were they really close as friends? Not really. Even Ichigo says they weren't necessarily close. But then what happens? They get closer. They become friends. And they build upon that. They build, that friendship, and then eventually became romance. Kubo did that right. He gave this character a crush, right? Some people argue that, that was her whole personality, which I can see why they think that. But he didn't force it. He allowed that relationship, that friendship to build, And then eventually became romance, Because at the end of the day, that's how it all starts. That's how it all starts. You have to... Like, you're telling me that when you are in a relationship with somebody or want to start a relationship with someone, you just want to start it right away without getting to know the person? You want to get to know the person first before getting to a romance with anybody. Otherwise, you're just there just for, the sexual attraction. A lot of romances or a lot of, like, just normal moments of love of just just normal humans start off with getting to know the person and building that friendship. That's why whenever you hear romances or people getting together, you hear that they are each other's best friends because that's what it is. You build upon that from that core. And then you slowly fall in love. And Oda is doing that. If he decides to do romance, he has the opportunity. He has those moments where he has that core of friendship and builds upon it. And if he does do it, and where he initially wasn't thinking about doing any sort of romance between like let's say Luffy and Nami, he did it accidentally, and it worked. Because he could use all those moments where he initially thought of that as just a friend helping a friend. And he can use that to help push the romance that he wants with those characters. That's why I say accidental moments. Naruto kind of reminds me of Harry Potter and the romance. It's very similar. It is very similar, yes. I also question people's ideas of romance sometimes, like Star Wars with Rey and Kylo doesn't make sense to me, but I see how it forms, but it doesn't seem real to me. I've never seen the second and third movie of that. I've seen the first one. I got nothing out of that in terms of romance, so I have no answer to that. When I heard that what happened in the third movie between Rey and Kylo, I was like, what the fuck happened? I guess my first thought was, what the fuck happened to Finn? Because Finn had a crush on Rey. What the fuck happened? So, people have different ideas of romances, and some people like to be spoon-fed. A lot of people want to be spoon-fed romances. It happens. People rather be spoon-fed something or like have a character have a crush on somebody and just start shipping that without really thinking about like the context of like what makes that romance good. They just see a crush. Oh, this character has a crush on this character. I'm going to ship that. And also, the Rukia moment didn't help. Wait, which Rukia moment are you talking about? The whole Rukia thing was, the Ichi Rukia thing was, unfortunately, part of the problem with it was the anime director being a huge Ichi Rukia fan and try to force it, even though Kubo did not do that. And a lot of shippers fell for it, which sucks. You have to be careful of like that kind of stuff, which is why you shouldn't take anime filler as anything strong when you're shipping characters at all, because it could have outside influence from the author's intent. Which is why, like, when I talk about like shipping moments in like movies, I like for Luffy Nami, I always focus on Strong World because that's at least written by Oda himself. The other movies have some supervision. The only other scene from the movie that I also use aside from Stronghold is the moment in Film Gold, because we know that Oda took it upon himself to create the ending to Film Gold. That moment where Tesoro looks at Luffy and reminiscence about the moment that he tried to save the person he loved. You know, the parallel is just nuts, and it's literally written and drawn by Oda himself. So it's just like, come on, like that. Those are the only moments I ever use in films to actually for anything with Luffy Nami, because it has Oda's influence on it, which is why I'm not really too keen on the whole thing when the film Red, where like there's a shot of Nami looking at the Luffy Uta hug very weirdly, because it's just like, I don't know if Oda decided on that or it had his input on it. So I'm just like, it is weird. It does look like she's like confused and like jealous or something like that, but it's hard to say. So I don't use it as like a big piece of evidence. But the two moments in the one film Stronghold and the one moment in film Gold at the end, I use because those are influenced and, you know, given input by Oda himself. The Bleach live action was really heavy on Rookie. I did not see the Bleach live action. But if that's the case, that's also... Are you sure it was like romantically, or it was just the relationship between Ichigo and Rookie in the live action? Because there's a huge difference between that. More than anime, when he found out the stuff about his mother, she was there for that. I mean, yeah, but Orihime learned about that from Tashigi, so... They both kind of knew, but I could see why learning it from Ichigo experiencing his own demons would be a lot better shipping-wise. Yeah, for example, anything before Skypiea would have been forced and unhealthy. Nightingale syndrome, opposite of Stockholm, attached to Hero. Yeah. Yeah. Which is why that interview where Oda said that there should be no romance in the crew, I always found weird. For the One Piece live action, because it specifically was mentioned about Zoro Nami. Now, of course, if Steven Maeda mentioned any of the ship, probably he would. Who knows what his response would be? Probably would be the same thing. But like, yeah, like if Netflix was trying to force some sort of romance in the live action, and it was going to be towards Zoro Nami, like, ugh. Even if it was towards Luffy Nami, and like the Netflix live action was aiming for Luffy Nami, for the live action, I still would have been like, I mean, that's great, I'm happy, but that's not what happened. You know, I'd rather have legitimacy of like the canon material than having some sort of dream scenario happen where like the live action is supportive of Luffy Nami, you know. Maybe put on some music. Maybe Wappo, they will never meet again. What? He's running out of ideas to stall for the Wano thing. Luffy and Boa appeared. That should have been your thumbnail, not Luffy Nami. Nami's dope, don't get me wrong, but the ship with Luffy? What's wrong with it? You see, this type of statement is biased because you prefer Boa. You may like Nami, but you prefer Boa, and you'd rather have the hero be with the character that you mostly prefer. That is bias. Like, you could make the same argument for me, but at least I give you context about why I think Luffy Nami is more compatible than Luffy Hancock without it being some sort of character bias. Like, I could give you a proper argument for it, but other than that, let me refresh this because there's probably more comments now. 62, wow. Zoro need to give Nami his sword, so Zoro Nami. Nami have some relationship with Zoro like their big sister. Holy fuck. Yeah, like the only reason for Nami is because Luffy gives her head. There's so much more to it. Yeah, that you're viewing it as a shallow reason. That's why it's such a weird statement to make. call them siblings even though Luffy has gotten nosebleed from Nami, and Nami holding Luffy close to her chest and blushing. You just don't. All right, I can't say that she was blushing in that front because it's the same line that he uses, that Oda uses constantly. So I don't know if I would use that as blushing, but it was interesting because I don't believe she was blushing. I don't believe she was blushing when she pulled Usopp into a hug and where Usopp was literally in her breast, but that was mostly a gag just to make a fucking boob job joke. I made the same reaction when I read that. Hi Santana, how are you? Oh, that's you right there. Hi, welcome. Yeah. The fact is, they never once been stated to be siblings. That is true. You have moments when Luffy actually calls people who he considers siblings, like Momo, for example. He calls people siblings in the series. He calls Ace his brother. He calls Sabo his brother. He calls Momo like his younger brother. Literally, just as they left Wano. So it's such a weird statement to have. Not much. We just went through the entire Morge video. Interesting stuff. I almost lost myself when he talked about how Luffy didn't understand marriage, but I didn't realize he was talking to the Hancock fan perspective, which it is what it is. I like Luffy and Robin more personally. Luffy and Robin had more moments than Nami and Luffy, I feel. Not necessarily. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think they do, but you're free to ship whoever you wish. I really like that they flirt or casual with each other. I wouldn't call that flirting. They're just comfortable with each other. You know? They understand each other. Not Robin understands how Luffy's mind works, so. But I wouldn't call that flirting necessarily. But you're free to ship whoever you wish. I'm not gonna tell you who you shouldn't ship. Well, the thing with Bleach, Ichigo has more moments with Rukia than Orihime until war with Aizen. Still seems like they're having more still, even though we finally got to see Ichigo feeling Orihime starting forming. Again, yes, but there was nothing romantic-wise in regards to those moments later on. Right? With Orihime, at least you had that moment with Yorichi and about Chad asking about her clothing to Ichigo, and he blushed and stuff like that. You had that moment. You know, you still had moments where it was still viewed more romantically in context than what the moments were with Ichigo and Rukia at the end. I'm not saying Luffy now is bad. It really could go either way. I mean, for all I know, fucking Oda is just gonna say no, open ending, believe what you want. Which I think is the likeliest course that he will take. But I am confident that if he decides to do a romance, it'll probably be with Luffy and Nami. The guy just replied to me and says Sanji and Nami is the only perfect couple in the Straw Hats. So, one of the things that I never understood in that regard is that some people call, you know, Luffy Zoro like the big sister, or like there's no romance occur because they're a family, and yet they still ship Sanji and Nami. I don't understand the logic there. You call the Straw Hats family, but yet you ship other Straw Hats. You just choose to use the family argument when it comes to a ship that you don't like. That is a lost argument that you will never win against anybody. Because you're literally contradicting yourself. Everyone worries about Usopp suffocating, but no one worries about Nami stabbing himself with his nose. Priorities? Yeah. Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. They'll believe whatever they want to believe. That's usually how it is. You know? Which is why, like, when you discuss shipping, and you want to discuss it or debate it with somebody, you have to see how they view shipping. Because you can have very, you know, intelligent conversation with people when it comes to shipping, but they have to be, you both have to be reasonable in how you present yourself towards the discussion. If you go off like that, you know, you're gonna lose that argument even if other people agree with you. Like, you're gonna lose that argument because it just doesn't make sense. You're literally at that point just speaking through your own agenda and your own bias. Like, you're not gonna win that argument no matter what you do. Hey, Sin. Just got off work. What's up? Well, we just went through Morge's video about One Piece shipping. It was really good. There's some things I disagree with, some things I agree with, but for the most part, he understands narratively, similar how I do. So, in terms of shipping wise. VB Wapo, they will never meet again. Oh, he's doing that fucking thing from the mural. Alright. Aside from Usopp Kai and Sanji putting Kobe Himari is the most effort Oda has put into shipping the entire story yet. Hibari literally has a crush on Kobe. Literally explained the reason why Hibari has a crush on Kobe in an SBS about the teddy bear, which was very cute. And she is constantly worried about him, constantly frantically being, blushing and nervous. Even made a picnic basket for him, so that he could eat, because she thought he was probably hungry after being imprisoned by Blackbeard. Like, that's a girl in love. Like, holy hell. And, while Kobe apparently doesn't notice or know that Hibari has a crush on him, I guarantee you, once he finds out, or however Oda wants to write it, they're going to become a thing. There's no question about it. Absolutely no question. Like, you can argue it's a one-sided love, and that's how Oda's approaching that, but, who else would Kobe be matched up with? It just wouldn't make any sense. I'm surprised he doesn't remember all of that, but to be fair, One Piece is fucking long as shit. I don't even remember some of the stuff they fucking mentioned in a lot of things. The interaction is sorry for one heavily pusher. She literally can get off of him, and then he gave the info. Yes, so essentially what I said. Every day we get closer to the Moore's waifu tier list. My only delve into the One Piece shipping was during Whole Cake. I was 100% all in with Sanji Nami ship, all the way until the chapter with Sanji putting kissed. That chapter was so damn romantic. Oh, my Sanji Nami went straight out of my body immediately. Wow, that's rare to see that. You shipping something for a long time and then seeing something that contradicts or goes against the ship that you liked, and all of a sudden, boom, you just went straight for the other ship. I mean, granted, he could be lying, but that's rare to see. You know what you're saying about that post about the that one Claudie shipper who went to Claret because he went through Eric's gondola dates and all that stuff and decided to become a Claret? See, that is different compared to this, because that one literally tells you you came out of Rebirth thinking that Claret had more moments than Claudie. That's that's wild, considering Gongaga and all that stuff, right? But who knows? I don't know what that person is like. He is here to say that the best ship is Sunny Go. Actually, a good take. Mr. Morge's turn this. Yeah, we saw that. Wait, where's Sanji, Zoro, Nami, Vivi, Shanks, and Buggy? Oh my god, they're my biggest ships. First off, Sanji Zoro is definitely canon. No question about it. Canon all the way. Nami, Vivi. I gave my take on it in a Twitter post, but I'll give my take now. I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with people shipping them at all. It doesn't bother me. It could be just because of my confidence in Luffy Nami. I don't get into arguments about people with it. If people want to debate me on it, I'll gladly debate them on it. I just never view their relationship as anything more than best, friends who were just, together for a while, because Nami never really had anyone or another female character on the crew to get along with. It was mostly just, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. So, the chance of her, befriending another female character, and they just worked. You know, I don't see anything romantic in that regard. But again, I'm not gonna tell people they can't ship it. You know, just don't try to force it onto anybody. The same thing with Luffy Nami shippers or Luffy Nami fans. Just don't force your ship onto other people. It's just that's just being rude in general. You're more than welcome to defend yourself when people come after you. I have no qualms against that. Just don't be the aggressor in that scenario. But at the end of the day, do what you do. I think Ken was talking about latest FFS trying to clown it. I don't care what Ken thinks. He is so overconfident that the moment the thing he wants doesn't happen, I would not be surprised if he has like a big breakdown. I ship Kuzan and Robin. I mean, there's something there. You can argue there's something there, but I don't know if it will work. Sanami fans, hold your ground and trust Goda. Alright. I mean, yeah, why not? I think Robin and Frankie will have it, but man, I don't like it. Frankie's playboy attitude. He's not a playboy. And Robin's elegant beauty is really not my cup of tea. I just don't see them together without a divorce in 1 year. I mean, he does kiss what's-her-face. I don't remember what her name is in Dressrosa. But I don't see him as a playboy. He's a pervert. He admits he's a pervert. So I don't think he's a playboy. But does anyone else get that feeling? That he's a playboy? I don't get that feeling. I think Luffy would give Robin his hat if the situation presented itself. If it did present itself, it could have been in Annie's lobby, yet it didn't happen. There have been countless times when Luffy had the opportunity to put the hat on somebody else and he never did. That's why Luffy Nami fans are like super I just did a pun. That's why Luffy Nami fans cherish that hat scene because of the context behind it. Could Luffy give it to someone else? Sure. But he hasn't so far, so it's like... He gave it to a Rock before he gave it to Hancock. That's like something. Has Nami ever shown jealousy? There's a debate on it. There's a debate on it because of this. Probably pull up a little bit. There's a debate on this. She blushes, Brooke blushes. There's a debate on this. So it's like, some people say yes. There's another one. There's a debate on whether or not this is Nami being somewhat jealous. And then she also does this at the end. Which I don't think this video clip shows, where when Luffy awakens and he's like, "Oh man, I should eat that fish again," and then she yells at him, "No," assuming that, like, you know, that could be Nami being jealous. I mean, there's a debate on it. You know, it's not confirmed whether or not this was jealousy. Like, I would probably try to say it might be, but it's hard to confidently say that this is jealousy. And there's also the this, and the reason why some people believe this is jealousy is because out of all the reactions, why was Nami's reaction prevalent? Like, they hug. You see the reactions of Chopper, Sanji. You also see Nami's reaction. Usopp and Chopper you get because they're fans of Uta, and Luffy's literally hugging a idol that they are enamored with. Sanji, of course, because him and, you know, female characters and, you know, just in general. But why Nami's reaction? Like, no other reaction is there afterwards. So why Nami's reaction was so prevalent in this movie? And we don't know if Oda's influence was put into that moment, but why her reaction? Why was it there? Like, why? That made no sense. The guy said Nami saying Kunta Sanji's like saying he's her master. Oh, God. Oh, oh. The whole fucking honorific debate is so stupid. It's insane that there's a lot of Sanji Nami fans who fucking think that's a fucking thing for the ship. The honorific for Kun, it does not mean what they think it means. And in Japan, if you call someone by their first name without any sort of honorific, that actually makes them closer. Why do you think you see ships like Orihime and Ichigo or other ships in anime, like they start off saying the honorific, but when they get closer or like they get married, they start using their actual real names, like their formal names, because that means that they're much closer. So the whole honorific is a misinterpretation of what honorifics mean in Japan. And if you take Japanese classes, you learn quickly why. In the manga panel, Book stated he was jealous and bold. Nami's blush mirrors Book's blush. You could make, yeah, that's part of the argument. Brook's words are in bold text, same as Nami's. They're the only ones who have bold text on the page. I mean, yeah, that could be a subtle thing from Oda. And people love using these very subtle things that Oda does for their agenda, so why can't Luffy Nami shippers use it? I mean, when we use it, it's considered fucking stupid and dumb, and you are a goddamn, you know, shipping asshole, you know? But when other people do it, like, oh, yeah, like the whole thing with the Aokiji thing, saying Emu and the fucking sunglasses thing, I saw that, I was just like, are you no, now you're just stretching it. But, like, yeah, like, I think it is, but yeah, we don't know for sure. Also, that pudding reaction scene showing jealousy, she's making the same face Nami made. Oh, yes. The pudding thing. Pudding is jealous, I guess. ASMR? What? Hold on. Pudding ASMR kissing sounds? What the fuck is this? Okay, never mind. I regret searching that. What the fuck? I didn't even know what the fuck that was. I don't know why that showed. You know what's funny? I will also say that Sanji Nami fans used to use this bridal carry as a big hint for them. Now they can't really use it because Zoro does it as well. Zoro did it as well now. So it doesn't really matter. Also, all of this, the sparkle thing, that's an anime only thing. It never happened in the manga. I mean, I guess it's similar. It's hard to tell without the eyes. You need the eyes in order to be able to tell if it's similar or not. Later on in the movie, Nami breaks them up when they're close to each other. She does do that, yes. Again, I can't confirm whether or not that is jealousy at all. It's very hard to tell, unless someone states it in something. If we're going to talk about the mural, the sun god awoken hearing the cries of a fractured moon. Obviously, Wano the moon is Nami. In the metaphor, chapter 9, when they chat, the sun moon is unnaturally in the window. Fairy tale style, so that guy reminded me, thought I actually put perspective. So, apparently the fractured moon thing, I've seen different translations of that. Some people say the fractured moon, some people don't. The translation for the mural thing is... I don't know what translation is accurate. because it can also be written in a way where like many different interpretations can become of it. I think it was Joshua Arts who posted it first, who caught on that is in that Nami's cries awaken Gear 5, which the anime made it appear that way. The manga didn't necessarily do it that way, but you can make the argument that it kind of helped the cause of Gear 5 being awakened. If we're going by that translation being accurate, hearing the cries of the fractured moon, it could be possible. There's many different Nami theories going on right now that I can't give you a guarantee which one is the one that is most likely to be, because there's the moon goddess, there's the Burka theory, there's the time travel theory, there's the mermaid theory as well, Nami being able to operate the ancient weapon, there's a whole ancient kingdom theory that that I like. There's many different theories in regards to Nami's origin that I think we will get. It's hard to say which one is going to be accurate. But the Luffy Nami shipper in me, if that was the case, that the sun got awoken hearing the cries of a fractured moon, if that was a reference to that, what happened in Wano, that is a good thing for Luffy Nami shippers like myself. That is a very good thing. And there's definitely a possibility that the sun and moon thing is possible. My idea is that during the final war, the entire fight is gonna happen during the eclipse, because we currently have never seen the eclipse happen yet, and it's likely that the eclipse in One Piece never occurred until the Third World happened. Could that be what it means by he and they meet? Who knows? The eclipse happens. The world is in darkness. Luffy and Nami Luffy and Imu fight, and then the sun returns after Luffy beats Imu, and then the sun returns, and the Romance Dawn appears into this new world that happens. So who knows? I do think that there might be a chance that there is a eclipse that does happen during the final war. Well, let me know your opinion on the Zack and Eric problem video when you got time. I'm still confused on this point. Yeah. If anything, wouldn't Luffy and Nami being so casual without honorifics mean they're closer than Sanji and Nami? Yes. In terms of like how Japan uses honorifics, yes. Yeah, it will mean that they are much closer. Classic Tory adding Sanji Nami filler. Also, yeah, we can't see the eyes. The mouth expression was the same. I mean, yeah, but again, logically, I can't really use that as any sort of confirmation that it's the same. But I get what you're saying. It's very possible it could be something that Oda did subtly. But, yeah. But Toei did add the whole sparkle thing. They wanted to emphasize the whole moment, but, like, you know how people are. They use that as solid proof of everything. There we go. It has multiple meanings. Obviously, it's vague on purpose. Yeah, I know. Boa Luffy is definitely a thing. Not at all. Luffy rejected Boa. He showed interest in Nami. I honestly cannot confidently say that. I think he's more, in terms of dynamic, probably has the strongest dynamic with Nami out of any female character. I wouldn't say he's shown interest in Nami. The whole nosebleed thing is always going to be something that I feel Oda's, shippers are going to use until the end of time to prove that Luffy has interest in Nami. I don't know. I don't know. When does Luffy show an interest in Nami? I would like to know that too, because I can't make that same statement. Frankie's Playboy attitude. Girl, what are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know what that Playboy attitude is either. I'm gonna be real. Luffy feels so arrow ace code, it's not even funny. Now he's just a regular boy. He's just focused on his goals. I mean, Oda did state that he is a healthy boy, so it's not. So yeah, I mean, it's possible. Like, I just do not see someone as emotionally invested or emotionally intelligent as Luffy would not know what love is. And he has shown constantly over the time that he knows what love is. He knows weddings. He knows marriages. He knows all about that stuff. He's just not interested in it at the current time. Which is why I don't think it happens during the story, but it happens like years later. When when he starts getting interested in those sort of things, because he matures a little bit more. It proves that the shippers are toxic. What? Hi, Chan. We all know shippers are toxic. There's a lot of toxic shippers, but there's also a lot of toxic Zoro fans. We also know there's a lot of toxic Sanji fans. We also know there's a whole bunch of fucking toxic Luffy fans. Everyone is toxic in the fucking One Piece community. No part of the fan base is safe from toxicity. That's just how big One Piece has grown when fucking Naruto and Bleach fans decided to take their toxicity from Bleach and Naruto over to One Piece because they got nothing else to fucking give a shit about. Zoro get his own spin-off show once One Piece finishes. In Wano, Zoro Hiyori. I don't see that happening. Luffy meet. Stop. That's just making Luffy look like he's fucking crazy. No need to be the two same ships. Well, apparently there's more than two because Ginny and Kuma are very similar to each other too. To Luffy, Nami, and Sabaquala.
Alright.
Hi. Luffy, me, and single. Hi, Cham. Go to sleep. Isn't it late? Isn't it like 5 a.m. in the morning for you? Go to sleep. He did Luffy's ideal Valentine's Day back in 2008. This is true. So in Shonen Jump, during around the time of Valentine's Day, Shonen Jump asked the manga creators during the time to create essentially ask who each of their main characters would take on a date. Luffy picked Nami. I think Naruto picked Sakura. I think Ichigo picked Orihime. Oh, I was gonna say Bleach for some reason. Orihime. I need to see the full thing. Yeah, he did pick Orihime. However, go away. You sleep in the daytime? Why? Don't give me such a small ass fucking image, man. Is it a better image? Yeah. Yeah. You know, honestly, I wouldn't take this as value because of too much value. Because like you also have although it's really all dependent on the author themselves. Because like I don't remember what his name is, but the creator of Gintama had what's her name? As Gintoki's Valentine's Day, which is weird because she's like fucking a child. She is a child, I think. So I wouldn't take this too much as evidence, but it is interesting that Oda chose Nami instead of like Hancock, which I believe 2008 is around the time Hancock became involved. So it is weird that he didn't choose Hancock out of all of them. No, not Will Smith's Hancock. They don't have. Why don't they have the debut chapter on this thing? Maybe in the manga. Oh, here we go. They do. Okay, chapter 516. That came out 2008. Okay, so it came out. So this thing came out prior to her introduction in 2008. So okay, yeah. But yeah, could have picked Robin, I guess. But yeah, but I still wouldn't use this. It's just a fun little, nice little thing that Oda did. More accurately extreme opinions lead to extreme results. Yeah. Usually, yeah. Well deserved Valentine's Day appreciation has had a few clubs try to claim it's a gotcha moment against Claudie. Oh, I know that some of them have blocked the official accounts. But, yeah. Are there any more, like, comments? Maybe I should refresh. Not really. Okay. Yeah. Overall, happy Valentine's Day, everyone. 34 minutes away from Valentine's Day ending. So, bro ran out of ideas. Bro, no one talks about shipping in this fucking community. What do you mean out of ideas? This is like the fucking best idea you could have on Valentine's Day for any sort of fucking One Piece, like, video. Like, legit, it's like fucking... people are so scared of talking about shipping, it's kind of nuts. It's extremely nutty. And part of that is that, you know, they don't want to fucking invoke the wrath of shippers, because shippers can be crazy. And I get it. I get it. There's a lot of people who just go out of their way to just being dicks. For no reason whatsoever. Just trying to convince people that what they're saying and what they think, their own opinions, are wrong. Happens in every community. Happens everywhere. But not me, baby. I talk about ships 24/7 on this channel, and if you want to debate with me, I will debate with you. But if you start saying some stupid shit that makes no sense in any actual debate with almost anybody, I will not entertain you any further. Blocking the account is stupid in my opinion. It is stupid. It's not going to change anything. Like, some of these Cloud and Ever shippers think that, like, what they're doing and trying to force people to like the same ship that they do is going to change the devs' opinion. No. It's not. It's not. The devs don't give a shit. The devs are going to write the story the way they want to. It's not going to fucking change. No matter how much they try to preach that, you know, that they changed the story to fit, you know, because the Claudies fucking bullied them. That's an insane thing to say. Absolutely fucking insane. I was watching WCI recently and I counted 5 Sanji Nami photo scenes in 2 episodes. 2 Brighter carries, 1 holding her waist, 1 grabbing her arm, and 1 of asking her to be carried by him. Tori knows when they need to essentially cater to shipping fans, because no matter how many people try to deny this, no matter how many people try to say this, shippers are a demographic that a lot of anime companies and a lot of like creators use to their advantage to sell their series. I know it may seem shocking to you because One Piece isn't about shipping, One Piece isn't about romance, it's about the story and battles, but you'd be surprised how popular and how much shippers spend on a lot of these like a lot of like stuff that the companies produce. You'd be shocked. Shippers are like one of the biggest demographics that you can cater towards to. And I know it sounds crazy to think about, sounds crazy to hear, but it is the absolute truth. And, as an animation company, you're going to use that to your advantage. So you're going to give them moments, even if you don't believe that it's going to become canon or it's going to be a thing, they're going to do it. They're going to create these moments because they want that money. Well, look at the Twilight movie that was Shipper 101. The Twilight movie, nobody gave a shit about the plot. They only cared about who would win between the Wolf Boy and Vampire Boy. What I don't remember, Ed and Bob. I don't remember the fucking not Edward and whatever his name is, Bob. Well, it's so funny to me to claim the game isn't your ship favorite by asking for all these changes. Yeah. You just don't want people to out-argue them and make them look bad, so ban any potential threats. Yeah. No. Shippers will do absolutely anything to try to get people to believe in their ship. Because when they feel like nobody believes in their ship, they feel threatened. It's like when you're a fan of a favorite character and you feel threatened that the character is going to be outshined by some other character. You start making weird posts. You start slandering. Remember when Jinbei was introduced as a member of the crew and Sanji fans started hating on Jinbei for joining the crew because they would never admit this, but it's literally the only reason why is because they felt that Jinbei would overshadow Sanji, and Oda will have him stronger than Sanji. It also came from Zoro fans being dicks, right? But it came from that. And that's where a lot of Jinbei hate comes from. Not all of Jinbei hate is from that, but a lot of it is. When you start feeling threatened or insecure about your ship being canon or like your favorite character being undervalued, and this also happens with whenever Nami fans talk about like Nami being an important part of the story, they immediately go on attack mode and start fucking slandering Nami to try and get people to think that fucking that is not the case, and it happens. They get like, I saw that theory about Nami being a lesbian. Yeah, that's a thing that exists, and people believe in it. That doesn't bother me. I don't get bothered by that. It's with Vivi, and as well as any female character. There's a whole I don't want to get too into it because people are gonna say that I'm a fucking liar. That doesn't bother me, that I'm refuting their reasons and think that I am homophobic, because that is what they do. Which is, I think, is a dumb thing to say, because I know a lot of people are not homophobic just because they disagree with the ship that you like or a character being a lesbian. I just don't see it. I just do not see it. The proof that they use, it's not strong enough. Which is why I'm like, I don't mind it. You could ship it. I don't care enough to argue with you. If you want to ship it, go for it. But I don't think their arguments are strong. I do not believe the arguments are strong at all. You need to have stronger arguments than what you interpret as something romantically based. Now, I know some people probably argue with me like, well, you need stronger arguments for Luffy and Nami because they're not romantically interlinked. Yeah, you know what? You're right. There's not like romantic moments between them, but there's moments where it can lead to it. There's moments where their bond is incredibly more built upon than Nami Vivi. I could give you if you give me 10 Nami Vivi moments, I could give you 100 Luffy Nami moments. That's why it's different. That's why I say, you know, you need stronger and better evidence, because you may have a limited amount of evidence, but it still won't beat a ship like Luffy Nami. But I am, you know, if you can provide me with that evidence, that hardcore evidence, then you know what? I'll be like, yeah, okay, fair enough. I won't ship it, but I'll be like, you know, fair enough. All right, you proved my point. That's good. I want you to prove my point. But there's just none. It's just an interpretation that you have. Keep forgetting to put up my link. They said that Nami, Blusher, and Khalifa Vivi and Tashigi. Did Nami blush with Vivi? I don't remember that. I don't remember if she blushed with Vivi. She did not blush with Khalifa. What the Khalifa thing is that she made a comment about how like the secretary, that Khalifa was sexy, but then Nami says that, oh, I'm speaking like an old man. That instantly tells you that it was a gag. That Oda was just using that gag purpose of where like people think that secretaries are hot. But that doesn't prove that she is a lesbian, because it was essentially used as a gag. That is my argument and a lot of people's arguments for that scene. As for the Tashigi thing, the Tashigi thing is a little weird, because it's like the whole scene was about her reminiscing about how strong that she has a soft spot for strong Marine women, and it reminded her of her mother because she was a strong Marine woman, and it feels a little weird to use that as evidence, but it is what it is. Again, if you can give me actual real hardcore evidence for Nami Vivi or even Nami being a lesbian, I will be honest and give you my honest opinion on it. If you give me a really good valid point, hey, I will say fair enough. But I have not heard it at all. I've seen the Nami Vivi posts. I really do. I see them. I just don't comment on them because I just don't care enough. But there's no one who has a strong argument for it. And I know someone who supports Nami Vivi. She says a lot of the similar things that other Nami Vivi shippers do. And, you know, I tell her, yeah, go ship wherever you wish, but it's not strong enough evidence. And as long as you don't force it onto others, I have no issues with you shipping it. I have more of an issue with the whole brother-sister-sibling argument than the Nami Vivi lesbian thing. I hate when people use that moment to make Nami out to be a lesbian. It just doesn't come off that way. People use it that she was blushing, but it's also fucking cold. Even Luffy has those lines that represent coldness. You know, because when it's cold, your cheeks, your skin gets red. So it's such a weird argument to make, right? And it's her reminiscing about her mom. Even Usopp says it. Look, think of it this way. Usopp and Nami are like fucking like best friends. You know, they're like that. They're like that guy and girl friendship that like is never romantic, but it's like they vibe with each other, right? If there was something in regards to Nami being attracted to Tashigi or like attracted to her, wouldn't you think he would tease her about that? He didn't. He just stated that, oh yeah, because your mom was also a Marine woman, so yeah, you have a soft spot for strong Marine woman. It was about her mom. You could make the argument that, like, you know, Nami likes strong women, but, like, again, it's not strong evidence. Because it literally relates to, you know, Usopp telling or saying that it's because Nami's mom was a Marine soldier. Well, if it's like Sanji's reason why he sought the woman, what, then he's gay? Sanji sought the woman because of Zeph. Zeph installed that philosophy that he should never hit women. The easiest way to put it is just because you show affection or point out that you're stereotypically attracted to the same sex doesn't make you gay. I see some guys that hide or ironically flirt with friends I'm proudly straight. I mean, yeah. Shit. A lot of females compliment other females. That doesn't mean that they're gay. A lot of guys do it too. Doesn't mean they're gay. But it is what it is. I'm not gonna tell people not to ship Nami Vivi if they really like it. What is these? Ay, Luffy Nami True Love. Oh. AMV. Oh, I might get banned on Netflix. I mean, Netflix. What the fuck? I wish I was on Netflix. That means I'm fucking hit the jackpot, baby. This might be an issue on YouTube. I can't watch it because this is Netflix stuff, so it might be, yeah. The live action is good, right? It has its moments, but overall, the writers do not understand the core message of One Piece. Because they mischaracterized Luffy a lot, they fucked up Usopp's arc, they fucked up Sanji's arc, and they fucked up Nami's arc. But I don't know if I could watch this just because Netflix is very fucking, like, hardcore on, like, you know, banning or, like, muting or, like, copyright infringing, like, their stuff. I mean, I can watch it, I just can't do it on YouTube. There was also another one that wasn't in his video, but there was a line that fucking Luffy literally said that when he was talking to Arlong that maybe I can't beat you. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me with that shit. Oh, Luffy would never fucking say that. You completely don't understand Luffy's character if you made him say that. Like, honest. That is the worst mischaracterization of Luffy you could have had in that situation. Luffy at the time was one of the most confident motherfuckers in the world, who exuded confidence. And you're saying he said that? I almost fucking wanted to toss something at my fucking screen when I heard that line. Like, you gotta be fucking shitting me with that. Like, oh my fucking god, dude. Whatever. Why is the One Piece official channel streaming? What is it streaming? It says it's live. What are you live for? Oh, anytime One Piece. Oh, okay. They're showing anime episodes, right? One Piece new romantic moments with Zoro and Nami. It's only a 2-minute video. That's alright. Yeah, I agree. There weren't a lot of things in live action. I'm glad it exists though, because that's how I got into the story. I mean, yeah, okay. I don't hate the live action to the point where I wish it didn't fucking exist and it's the abomination that it is. I understood the purpose of the live action. I enjoyed the first 2 episodes because I went into it not thinking like a One Piece fan, but thinking of like as a new viewer. when I started thinking of like a One Piece fan, that's when I started to like start hating it after episode 2. Right? And most of the reason why is because they started doing weird things with it, such as Kobe showing up in Usopp's village. The whole Kobe thing, just showing up in Syrup Village, the Barate. No, they didn't show up the Barate until later. And Arlong Park, I when you do shit like that, that's when like the inner One Piece fan comes out and he's just like, no fucking shot they did this. But I mean, overall, the One Piece live action was for new viewers. It was for people who don't know about anime, who don't know about manga, who just wanted a new Netflix series to watch, and it made them One Piece fans. That was the point of the live action, and it succeeded. And you know what? That is a win. And so many people literally started liking One Piece because of it. And that's what was the main goal of it. It's an adaptation that shouldn't be taken as canon, right? But it's an adaptation that allows people to go read the real version of One Piece, which is the manga. Now, whether or not they choose to read it, that's up to them. I can't use a sword, I can't cook, I can't lie, I can't navigate, but I can't beat you. How could they get that so wrong? I don't know. Like, how do you remember fucking one of the Barak Works agents who tried to recruit Zoro? Remember that shit, but you can't remember fucking that line. You can't remember like what, like the proper way to incorporate Arlong Park. Like, my goodness gracious, it's baffling to me, which is why. I guarantee you, I'm gonna fucking shit my fucking bricks if I fucking see fucking Kobe more often in the fucking series, and Kobe is gonna be in the series. He's been confirmed to be again in a live action, which is, I don't know how they're gonna fucking get him involved in Alabasta. I guarantee you, it's gonna fucking annoy the shit out of me. But if they make, how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet they're not gonna make Nami sick? They're gonna make Vivi sick. How much you want to bet? I don't think they will do it, but how much you want to bet that they will do that? I'm gonna fucking blow a gasket if they fucking make Vivi sick. Or not even do the sick thing where Luffy climbs, where Nami gets sick in Little Garden, and then Luffy has to climb the Drum Mountains. I mean, it's like really insane if you don't do that, but I could definitely see them switch it up and make it someone else instead of Nami. Their argument is going to be, well, it didn't need to be Nami. It could have been anyone else. Alright. At that point, I'm just going to be like, you know what? Whoever the writers are, if you try to claim that you are a One Piece fan, you are lying to yourself and everybody else. Just because you remember small things that, normal One Piece fans probably wouldn't remember, doesn't mean that you are a better One Piece fan than anybody else. I don't give a damn if you work on official material. I don't even give a damn if you work in the anime. You are creating or changing things because you think it looks better, or you think it's better. I don't care if Oda agreed to it. The fact that the information came out that Netflix had to argue with Oda constantly tells me that you were pushing shit that he did not want, but he just gave in because he's a very shy and conservative individual. So you could go suck my dick at that point. If you do any sort of changes because you think or you thought it was better, it was the better choice. I don't even care if you think it's because, oh, well, you just lost your fucking Luffy Nami moment. I don't give a shit. I care more about getting the story proper than fucking shipping reasons. Because for me, shipping may be something that I enjoy doing in One Piece. It is always second to the story. And that's why I don't like how they treated Sarah Village. I don't like how they treated the Barate. I don't even like how they treated Arnold Park. Because the things that you missed in those arcs, it ruined them. It completely fucking ruined them. But what do I know? I'm just a fucking a crazy shipper on the internet, you know. What do I know? I'm just a guy on fucking Twitch or YouTube who doesn't know shit about fucking, you know, the difficulties of working in film. Bitch, I fucking went to college. I got an education in fucking entertainment technology. I know what it takes to fucking make a film. I know the limits. I know how hard it is. Don't give me that fucking bullshit. Vivi, prioritizing Nami over going home is a huge part of her character. Forget the Nami Luffy moment. It will really take away from Vivi. Yeah. You also have the scene where they're arguing with the people of Drum Island, you know, and Luffy when they attack the ship, Luffy gets angry, and then Vivi's the one that tells him that not everything can be resolved with violence, that sometimes you need diplomacy, which is a big moment for Luffy even. So having Vivi, you know, having Vivi be the one that's sick and you never get in that moment also hurts. Like, a lot of this stuff that people think isn't important is important. Even if Oda gives you the approval, it doesn't mean that you're right. That it's better. It just means that you just cared more about you thinking that this way is better than what Oda did. And no matter how much you try to argue over that kind of stuff, people will be like, you know, yo, you're nitpicky, you're complaining about something that's not, you know, important. And it's just like, me nitpicking will be similar to, like, me saying that, fucking Usopp and Kai shouldn't have kissed because they never kissed in the anime. That's nitpicking. Or, you know, Luffy would not wear those fucking shoes that he wears, but he wears sandals. That stuff that stuff is not important because at the end of the day, they're just fucking shoes. Or like footwear. I get the sandals is like the most important part, or like one of the defining features of Luffy's clothing. But like, if it's difficult to wear sandals during a fight choreography, then that's understandable. That's nitpicking. You know? But again, I care about the story and the characters a lot more than my ships. In fact, I don't even ship characters unless I get to know the characters first and foremost. Because I cannot at all like a ship without understanding both characters that I like shipping. It's the same way I feel about Cloud and Tifa. It's the same way I felt about Ichigo and Orihime. The same way I felt about Deku and Ochako. Oh, Uraraka. I don't know why I was going to say Urahara. Urahara is from fucking Bleach. God damn it, the names are so similar. But they're vastly different. You know? I care about the character moments. That's what gets me invested in a lot of things in any fandom. You think I like the Overwatch gameplay? Fuck no, I hate the Overwatch gameplay, but I'm interested in the fucking characters. I was vastly interested in the lore, and I was so disappointed that they canceled all the lore stuff. I was hugely disappointed, because I cared about the lore of the story. Or, you know, one thing, the Vivi Luffy argument is going to end very differently. I guarantee you they're going to make that a thing. right? But it doesn't matter what the live action does because Oda already said no to it. So, doesn't really matter. They could do whatever they want, but if Oda already said no to it, then that's it. And it was a firm no. She said it was a firm no. I know people are going to say, well, maybe he's going to change his mind. If he already decided that Luffy BB was not going to be a thing and gave a firm no, he's not going to do it. So, I mean, it's not going to happen. I mean, they're going to try to do it, but it's not going to be a thing. No, I mean the scene where he punches her. Oh, that's what you mean. The thing is, you could do it because Luffy is a pirate, so there's no rules. But then, but then in the first season, they've been installing that fucking thing about Luffy being kind and shit like that, which I get it. Like, despite because Luffy is a kind person, but it has nothing to do with Shanks saying that he should be kind. Luffy's just kind in general. So, they could probably use that as a fucking thing to say that he won't punch her. Who knows? Maybe he punches Karu instead. Instead of Vivi, he punches Karu for some reason. He punches a fucking duck. But yeah, I'm still gonna watch it. I'm gonna be very interested to see what they do. I know I'm gonna have complaints. I just know I'm gonna have complaints. Yes, just what One Piece needed, more animal abuse. Fuck yeah. Hey, Yawing Chicken, what if One Piece Endgame Luffy gets crucified, revived again, and goes to heaven? That would be extremely out of pocket and out of, like, just extremely weird. It would make no fucking sense. Was Jack the Ripper identified? So that thing, that was actually a thing that was like a couple years ago. For some reason, it's making the circulation again for some reason. And they are still trying to fight it in court to make sure that it is 100% the person, the Polish barber, I think it was. And currently there's no confirmation of whether or not that actually happened. Because the DNA thing that they did apparently was they used the DNA of like this carpet thing. I forgot what it was called. And then try to compare with the DNA of like his great granddaughter or some shit like that. But at that point in time, the DNA sample can be a little wonky to the point where like it could possibly not be identified. The blood stain on whatever that carpet shawl thing was, there's just not enough DNA from it to really identify it based off of the DNA of the grandchild or great grandchild, whatever. But it was a thing that happened like years ago. It's just making circulation again for some strange fucking reason. Oh, by the way, it's Valentine's Day is over. It's already the 15th. So, I hope everyone was happy with their Valentine's Day or happy with this Single Awareness Day. I'm glad everyone was able to come by and join me for this stream. I really appreciate it. It was fun talking about shipping. I should do this more often. Yeah. No problem, Satana. Thank you so much for being here. Yep, bye-bye. Thank you so much for being here. Where's your 29-year-old PhD curvy professor girlfriend? What the fuck kind of... What? The fuck? No, what? Who says I have a fucking... That's weird. I may have dropped by at basically the end, but it was still fun. Thank you, Sin. I appreciate that. Yeah, sorry that I'm only able to do these late streams because of work, so it sucks, I know. Jokes aside, the biggest threat to Luna is whether Luffy's going to die. I don't think so, but he could lose his devil fruit, hence the sunsets on the New World metaphor. I don't think that's the biggest threat to Luna, to Luffy Nami. I don't think Luffy's gonna die. I don't think Luffy's gonna die. The biggest threat to Luffy Nami, honestly, is Oda doing an open ending and never confirming any ship. That is the biggest threat. And trust me, I was on the boat that Luffy may die at the end of the series. I was on that boat. But I don't think it will happen. And now I have 2 bits to catch up on. Let's go. Nice. Thank you. Have a great rest of your night, Satana and Sin. Thank you so much for being here. We know you're dating a professor at your college that you work at. No, I'm not. I'm not. The professors in my college are like 20, 30 years older than me. That's a huge age gap between me and them. Thank you. Also, yeah, if anyone if anyone does like this content, subscribe or follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. I like talking about ship, so it's one of the only things I do on this channel because I just love talking about it. Yeah, I would appreciate that. Also, like the YouTube video as well. Apparently, liking the YouTube video boosts it. At least that's what I heard. I don't know. But yeah, I honestly, the only thing that hinders Luffy Nami is literally Oda choosing to make it open ending. That's literally what hinders it, in my personal opinion. Luffy dying, I've always believed that to be a thing that could happen, but at the same time, it's like Oda has mentioned that there's gonna be a reward at the end, so it just seems unfair for Luffy to die and not get that reward, you know. Hence the sun sets on the New World. But doesn't that, the sun sets on the New World, doesn't that necessarily mean that the sun, because there's going to be a romance dawn at the end of it. I'm assuming what that means, the sun sets on a New World. I think that means essentially that the sun will set on the old world and a new world will come out. I don't know. Maybe that's Loki. Well, Loki's never going to play a huge part in whatever he does, because he's more than likely is going to start something big. Something that, like, you too, thank you. He's going to cause some sort of chaotic destruction of, like, a huge level that Luffy's going to have to probably stop him from doing, or let him continue doing so, depending on what happens, you know? What does that mean? Could be the destruction of Elbaf. Could be something bigger than that. I don't know. But Loki's going to play a huge pivotal role in changing something about the world, right? That is going to be important leading up to the final war. If there's no great Luna moment on Elbaf, I'll be disappointed. Um, I think there will be, because considering the fact that Oda has had Nami being caught in like a bridal carry by both Sanji and Zoro now, I feel like there's going to be something in regards to that. Because in the last two arcs we've gotten like some sort of Luffy Nami moment. At the end of the arc at least, where or close to the end of the arc at least, with Nami yelling at Kaido, um, that whole sequence, as well as Nami giving Luffy a lap pillow. I think we will get it. I'm just gonna my prediction. I'm just gonna guess is that we're gonna get another bridal carry, but this time with Luffy and Nami, and Luffy will probably be in Gear 5 form. I would not be surprised if that is the case. It's the right arc for a great moment. Oh yeah, I agree. I offered this idea. I don't know I don't know how good this idea would be, but I offered this idea that Shamrock is gonna gain an interest in Nami because, well, they're going after the kids, right? Nami's more than likely going to be there to defend the kids in some form or way, and maybe Shamrock gains an interest in her. Like, maybe she is able to hit him or damage him, right? And he gains an interest in her because, a woman who is from the underworld and not from high up, managed to outbest him. And he gains an interest. But that's just something that, like, that is, like, a very, very almost 0% chance of ever happening. But it's an idea I throw around. I doubt it will. It's more likely it won't happen. In all the real Nika Sun God myths, they die. Tonally, I think he will hence the double equivalent. What real Nika Sun God myths? Like actual real world myths that we have in our world? That Fungi Films got a new video on FF7 merging the timeline. I mean, I have a similar theory to that. My theory was always that the live stream is creating these worlds, and that the worlds are getting corrupted by Sephiroth, and that the more he corrupts them, they're gonna return to the original live stream and weaken it, so that he can then eventually gain control of the live stream once it's weakened, once all these worlds are destroyed. And the worlds, as soon as they die, get merged back into the live stream, but they are corrupted by the black live stream. But yeah, I think we will see a Luffy Nami moment in Elbaf. What kind of moment could that be? I think a bridal carry shot of Luffy grabbing Nami in the air would be a great moment for it. Because we already had a bridal carry with Sanji and Zoro now. So, I mean, based off that progression, you would expect one to be with Luffy. We'll see if that happens. I just think that if you really want to make it more impactful, it will be with Luffy in Gear 5. Maybe if you really want to make it impactful and maybe different compared to the other two, you make Nami blush while Luffy's doing it, but I doubt you will get that. You also get progress of the way Luffy has been catching and carrying her in times like that, where you have, initially you had him carry her like over the shoulder, then you had him carry her over by, his waist, and that progresses, further. You can have that kind of progression if you really want to focus on that, if you really care about that. Yes, mainly Polygon. In early Asian there's a lot, and most of them die. I just still don't see Luffy dying. Unless my fanfic comes to life. I wrote a fanfic about Luffy dying during the final war, and then like 7 years later, he suddenly comes back revived, and he is found by some fishermen, and with his memories lost, and then fucking he gains his memory back and is now searching or like going around the world to meet up his crew, to reunite with his crew as they are separated throughout the new world that exists. But I doubt that. I doubt Oda will ever fucking do that shit. If he does, and or like Luffy comes back to life, or some shit like that, like Luffy supposedly dies and then comes back to life in a similar manner, I'm gonna go fucking scream to the sky and be like, go fuck yourselves, because I was right. Yeah, fucking fanfics. But I doubt that's a thing. I just don't see Luffy dying at all. Like, I get it. It would relate to the Sun God myths, but Oda has always changed certain things from the myths in his own way, so it's just like, he might change that. Luffy's not Roger. It would be terrible if he did something like that. Yeah, I mean, there's a theory that Luffy will get sick, similar to like Roger, but this time Chopper would save him, and that would give Chopper like some sort of like big thing to his dream, right? He's definitely not gonna end up in a situation like Roger did. I just don't see Luffy dying. But what Cosmo is referring to is that Luffy dies during the final war, the final like big battle arc, where like he sacrificed himself to bring forth the new dawn of the new world. I just like, trust me, I was a big supporter of the idea that Luffy will die at the end of One Piece. I just can't see it anymore. Yeah, metaphor for the cycle of the sun, hence why there's 3 for each world and story. Does the sun set on each world after the because you're talking about the 3 phases on each of the 3 world Harley texts? Shit. I have it right here. Within the earth there was fire, mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun, then slave prayed and the sun god appeared, the earth god raged, and with its serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness, and they will never meet. So that's essentially night. Within the void there was breath, the forest god tamed demons, and the sun spread the fires of war. Those of the half moon dreamed, those of the moon dreamed. Man killed the sun and became God. In the sea and God stormed, and they will meet. That doesn't this Within the chaos there was emptiness, the inconvenient remnants recall the promised day and hear the voice of the half moon. The sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun returns and brings a new morning. It doesn't say which translation are you using, Cosmo, because the official one doesn't say that that the sun sets. The official says the sun god dances and laughs, guiding the world to its end. The sun returns and brings a new morning. Which translation are you using specifically? Because there's different translations and each one of them has a different meaning. So it's really dependent on which translation you use or which translation you think is the most accurate. Because the one on the One Piece Wiki, I'm curious, because the One Piece Wiki one had a different one. But I don't know if they are now using the official one. Within the earth there was fire, mankind succumbed to the greed and touched the forbidden sun. The enslaved prayed and the sun god appeared. The earth god raged and with the serpent of hellfire shrouded the world in death and darkness, and they will never meet. Within the void there was breath. Is it the same one? They are using the official. They used to use something else, but they changed it. As noted by the official Viz translator Stephen Paul in the One Piece podcast, the Harley's poetic language and lack of specific context means there are multiple possible translations from Japanese to English depending on more information. The second world text, it is not clear whether those of the half moon refer to a single person or group of people, as hito, which is person, can mean either depending on the context. Additionally, Oda uses two different terms in the second third world which are both translated as half moon. The second world term is hangetsu, which is the more standard term for the real-world semicircular moon, also referred to as quarter moon, whereas the third world term, katawarazuki, a more obscure metaphorical poetic term that more so refers to part of the moon being hidden. Interesting. Part of moon being hidden. It can also be translated as broken moon or one-sided moon. I mean, based on that, you can make the reference that it essentially means that the second world is talking about the moon, the moon of the side that you do see, right? Which is the D clan that existed during the Void Century. And then the third world talks about the other side of the moon that is covered in shrouded in darkness, which essentially means it could represent the D clan that are hidden around the world, who are hiding because of their names. That could literally be what they're referring to, and what Oda's referring to by the different names of the half moon. It can be translated as broken moon or one-sided moon. This comes from a Shui Wakashu, a waka anthology from classic Japan. Namely the poem Afukoto wa Katawarazuki no Kumogakure, to meet like the half moon hidden by clouds. This phrase was used as the title of chapter 292, and Katawarazuki was translated as half moon, thus it was decided to retain that translation. The term for void in the second world, Kyomu, refers to the existential aspect of the world with sentiments such as nothingness, oblivion, and non-being, evoking a concept like outer space. However, this would run afoul of another word in the third world that is also commonly translated as void, kuhaku, which is the word used in the term void century. Typically, kuhaku refers to the idea of a blank space, like a gap in written history. To differentiate the two words, Viz translated kuhaku as emptiness. Okay. What are my top 5 Luffy Nami scenes? I made a video on it. It's actually my most viewed video on my channel, on my YouTube channel. It's old now, so there's plenty of other Luffy Nami moments, but I don't know if that changed. I don't know if I have the Nami yelling at Kaido one as part of it, but I do have a video about that. Yeah. That is my top 5 Nami moments. Okay, this one. Yeah. 150k views, baby. Let's fucking go. But I guess I could say a new list, see if anything changes. I know my number 1 is the hat scene, of course. Number 2 is the smile Nami gives Luffy during after he defeats Splithead during the Long Ring Island arc. There's a smile that she gives him that, like, just to me represents a girl in love, essentially. If this was any other manga, it would literally represent that. I should have it here somewhere. 3rd, I believe, was Strong World, like the entire movie. 4th, the fuck was 4th? Oh, 4th was Nami crying during Witheria about Luffy. And 5 was Hug, was the Luffy Nami hug. Yeah. Honestly, I'll probably I'll probably move the Luffy Nami hug to 4, and then number 5 would be her yelling at Kaido. That'll probably be that, and also the Nami saying that Luffy become Pirate King moment when she talks to Ulti. So that's probably the only thing that would switch. I should have it somewhere. But yeah. Do. But yeah, I don't know. I want that idea that Nami is the shattered moon that cries out to Luffy, and then when he turns to Gear 5, I want that to be the case. That would be really awesome. But in terms of like the whole contextual purpose of One Piece, that's a shipper dream. Like like if you want to take the Holy Text into a serious thing, you have to look at the context of the overall adventure and story of One Piece rather than a shipping moment. Now, don't get me wrong, I do think that Nami is going to play an important role in the final arc. I just don't know if it's going to be connected in some formal way to the overall context of the adventure story of One Piece. I hope it does. That would be awesome. But I don't know if it will. I do think Nami will play an important role based off whatever her origin story is. But essentially, if you are a Nami fan or a Luffy Nami fan, the one thing that you are really looking forward to is the Nami origin stuff, because that's going to determine essentially what will lead to Nami's role in the final act, the final war. The moment we know what Nami's origin is, we can then connect it to the mural. We can then connect it to what could possibly be in the final war. And it all depends on what that origin is. What do you think of the reunion in Shibuya after the time skip? I feel that it was disappointing. I was expecting something similar to happen with Zoe. Yes. I was not a big fan of the reunion. The reunion was essentially, I think, Oda playing it safe. You know? He was playing it safe. Like, I feel like a lot of these characters... one of the things that I feel like a lot of these characters should have hugged each other, you know? And he just played it safe. He didn't do anything. The only hug we got from that reunion was the Usopp thing, which at that point it was just a gag to make Usopp's nose look like some weird sexual innuendo. But like, I wasn't a big fan of it. I wasn't a big fan of it either. I definitely agree with you on that. I thought it was a little disappointing. Like, even if I'm not talking about like a Luffy Nami thing, I feel like with the crew and how long it's been since they were apart, I feel like they should have been a little bit more emotional. You know, it should have been a little bit more of an emotional reunion. This is the smile I was referring to. If it could show up, I guess I gotta click. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it over here? So, this was the smile I was referring to. Like, this is the smile that Nami gives to Luffy after beating Splithead. And literally Luffy fighting to save his crew and save his friends. Like, I don't see Nami ever giving a smile like that to anybody except Luffy. Even the more recent one. What are we doing here? Okay, never mind. Gotta open it. Even the more recent one is also, you know, interesting. I wonder if I can find it. Alrighty then. They don't have it. Alright, they don't have it. But next to you, die with a smile. Alright. Nami hugs Luffy felt cute. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, maybe here. You see? Like, to me, this smile showcases a lot. Whether or not Oda meant anything by this smile, I don't know. But to me, that smile means a lot. That's why it's one of my favorite moments. Because it's such a different smile. It's insane. And you could connect it to something similar as that, you know, Nami really only ever gave Luffy this type of smile. Then you could have the same argument about how, like, Luffy, the only time he's ever been so fucking pissed off is both times with Nami. You could make that connection, but again, if you tell that to anyone who isn't a shipper, they'll probably say that you're just viewing it through shipping goggles, and I get why. Because it's just an interpretation. At the end of the day, we don't know what this smile means. We don't know why Luffy, why Luffy got so pissed off twice when it comes to Nami, and it could literally just be us over-interpreting what we're seeing, which, understandably so, I can understand. But yeah, I want there to be something for Nami in relation to the final arc. Whether, but it all depends on what Oda wants to do with and how her origin story connects. We know it exists. We know there's a Nami origin thing, right? Because Oda has mentioned it twice before. That there is something that he wants to do. He almost did it with Strong World, but he backed out because he didn't want the movie to be too emotional. So it's something emotional. So there is something, and I really want to know what that is, and I really hope he does put it, and he wants to put it, because in an interview with Film Gold, he states that he didn't want the screenwriters for Film Gold to go deep into Nami's origin or Nami's backstory with Karina, because he had a different plan for it, something different. He has a plan for it, and I just want to know what it is. I hope it happens. Luffy, Zoro, Nami are the three triggers of One Piece. That would mean that there's something important coming for Nami. Trivia: the first and second worlds mention gods of the sun, earth, forest, and sea, which is reminiscent of the Shandia, gods of the sun, earth, forest, and rain. The second world mentions the void, reminiscent of the void century. The third world mentions a promised day, something the Neptune family is related to the promise between Joy Boy and Poseidon. The first and third world mention the sun god singing and dancing, reminiscent of legends of Nika. The three worlds mention a meeting between some people, with the third world mentioning the meeting will occur, reminiscing of the talk Roger heard of the Sea Kings talk about the sovereigns, which convinced him the Roger pirates arrived too early to Laptail. The sovereigns. Now, I have been writing up a theory about the sovereigns. There's just one problem. As I was writing it, and maybe you guys can help me with this, because I don't theory crap too much, because I don't know, I'd like to be confident in my theory, but I don't want to come up as if I'm just writing fan fiction, which is where a lot of the confidence goes away. Because when I start saying things in terms of a theory, it suddenly sometimes becomes fan fiction territory, which I don't want. But what I want to ask you guys is that, in terms of theory making, I know people need to use evidence from the manga, right? To come up with a theory of something that they think will happen or something that they think could have happened in like a flashback or something. Do you think people, when they come up with those type of theories, do they come up with scenarios that they don't know if it's true, that they don't have necessarily enough evidence for, but still want to present the idea in case that it might happen, and then future evidence might prove it? Or is that something that, whenever people make theories, shouldn't do? Because I'm not like really big on it. I'm not really big on the idea of doing something like that, because I want to use evidence from the story to actually use it as a way to prove or like say my theory could be a possibility. But that's why I'm asking, like, what are your guys' opinions on that? I look at all the transitions, and I'm definitely in the middle of doing my own from chapter 1. That was more summary given on the wider context of all those. That's how you get personally better going through it in depth. E.g., Nami comes across far more sassy throughout with extra context. Really? Well, I don't mind as long as they're willing to say they're wrong if they are. I mean, I always say if something that happens that I theorize and it doesn't happen, I'm not afraid to admit it when I'm wrong. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to be right. I like making theories, but that doesn't mean I want to be right with them. Because I want the author to do something that, is far better than what I thought of. And anytime an author does, usually I always love it. And I am okay with admitting that it did not happen. I'll be a little disappointed, but at the end of the day, I'll admit whether or not, that I'm wrong and that what they did was probably better. Now, of course, there are instances where I thought, okay, maybe I didn't like what you did, but I'll accept it. I was wrong. I think you could have done it this way, would have been better, but at the end of the day, I'll accept what you chose because it's your own story at the end of the day. But I am perfectly fine with admitting whenever my theory is wrong. Like, for example, if Luffy Nami doesn't fucking happen, I'm not going to fucking sulk. I'll be disappointed. I'll be sad. But at the end of the day, I'll be like, you know what? Oda decided not to do it. I move on. I move on to whatever series I want to watch next, whatever series I want to cover next. So, at the end of the day, to me, people always have this pride thing when it comes to theories and stuff like that, which I never understood, because it's just like, oh, I have to be right. I have to be right. My reputation is on the line, I have to look legitimate in front of people who are watching me, this and that. And I'm like, no. People will shit on you if you're wrong. That's perfectly fine. But the reason why they start shitting on you for real is that you tried very hard to prove why what you thought of your theory is way more correct than whatever, the author did. For example, Mr. Morge, for example, right? He had this whole thing about the raid failing in Wano. That didn't happen. And yet he's still convinced that that should have happened, that it was the proper thing that Oda should have done. I don't know if he changed his tune on it. But it's like, bro, you gave an idea, you gave a theory that you thought was something that Oda could have done. It didn't come true. Just accept it and just move on. Right? And I know a lot of people do it too. A lot of theory makers do it a lot too. And it's just like, it's okay to be wrong. You don't need, like, I don't know. Maybe I view theory making differently. And at the same time, it's like, I'm okay with being wrong. Because I don't want people to, like, agree with everything I say. Like, I could talk about all this, but you don't have to agree with me. You make your own opinion. All I'm doing is giving you an alternative idea that might help maybe your own theory, or like maybe make you think of the series in a very different way. That's all I can do. But at the end of the day, it's your choice in making what you want to do. I don't push people into believing Luffy Nami could become canon. I don't push people into becoming or like wanting to get along with my ship. I don't push that onto people because everyone has different interpretation. Everyone has different opinions. All I can do is give you my perspective, why I think this works better, right? But at the end of the day, it's your choice. Do what you want. If it doesn't become canon, I'll be very disappointed. I even sell my One Piece volumes. People will react, the way they want to if it doesn't become canon. And I'm not going to fault them for it because I understand how shippers are. A lot of them invest a lot of time in a ship. I get it. If that's what you want to decide to do, you can do that. Right? It's not really that part of the that's not really the thing I have a problem with. It's the idea that, like, for example, Ichigo and Rukia shippers to this day still think Kubo fucked up his story because he didn't make Ichigo Rukia canon. Now, regardless if you believe that is the case, right, you have every right to have that opinion if you truly believe that Ichigo Rukia should have become canon. But respect the decision the author makes, even if it doesn't follow what you want. Right? You don't have to like it. You don't have to stop shipping what you like, but at least respect the author's choice. Even if you criticize it, even if you think it's wrong and it's a stupid ending or whatever, right? Just respect the choice. At least. Respect the author's decision. Now, if it comes out later that the author themselves admitted that they fucked up and they should have gone the way that you also believed in, then yeah, you could be like, what the fuck then? What made you change your mind? Come on, man. Be confident in yourself. What the fuck? See, that's different. because even the author admits that they were wrong about the choice at the end of the day. But I will respect whatever choice Oda makes at the end of the day. Even if none of the things I say or theorize ever come true. I'll be perfectly fine. Because I guess this is the mindset of someone who's older. I'm I'm older than most people. Probably who have done YouTube at this point. Because I started late. But, like, there's a lot in life that matters more to than the show that I'm consuming, I'm watching, and making content for, right? There's so much more to life, and I'm not gonna let a show ending in a way that I don't like ruin life for me. We're all here, surviving, trying to make the best for ourselves, and enjoying whatever we like to consume. And there will always be more series that you will enjoy. But again, I cannot control or make you do what you want to do if something you like doesn't become true. I cannot make you change that. So, yeah. So, like, Greg, if you want to sell your One Piece volumes, you can do that. Time invested doesn't necessarily mean time wasted. You can still ship whatever, even if it's not canon. I mean, I do it. I fucking ship fucking shit that never became canon. There are several series that I have ships that never became canon. Quintessential quintuplets. The ship I like didn't become canon. I still like them. Nisekoi, same thing. Same thing. Shokugeki no Soma, which still pisses me off to this day, but I respect the author's choice because I think deep down I knew where the author was going, but at the same time but my disappointment was slightly different because of some of the choices the authors made that baffled me a little bit, and it had nothing to do with like what ship they decided to go for. It was more of they forgot something that like was like part of the story, and they just completely just washed over it like as if it never existed. To the point that not even the anime showcased it, which is like, what the fuck? It's different when it's your favorite manga. I mean, I get it. One Piece is my favorite manga. I get it. Like I said, if that's how you feel at the end of the day, you are free to feel that way. I'm not gonna tell you or say you shouldn't do it. If that's how you feel, you're more than welcome to do it. But for me, One Piece, at the end of the day, even if Luffy Nami doesn't become canon, even if the ideas and theories that I make don't become canon, I want to see what Oda does. I want to see what he decides. And whatever he decides, I'll respect it at the end. Well, I'm confident he'll make it canon. I'm confident he'll make it canon, but we don't know if the editors will force him to change it. That's always a possibility, but I think Oda had... The funny thing is that Oda... this is rumored, I guess, that Oda has a lot of yes men, so regardless, I doubt it, because Oda would just do whatever the fuck he wants at the end of the day, because it's just like... The editors are probably just going to say yes to him at this point. But, I mean, I am very confident that he will do it. But I wouldn't say it's 100% confidence. I would say it's like 95. Which is high enough confidence to make me believe that he will make it canon. I personally like when I'm wrong, and Oda's very good at hiding his inspirations, as while I believe I'm right about the imaginary trajectory, I know for a fact will manifest very differently. Yeah, so I'm very excited. However, I might be a little anxious about shipping. I think most other people are like is too, as it's emotional topics or attachment to the... Oh yeah, no question about it. Shipping is vastly different than people's theories, because theories is just... Like, just the overall story theories are just ideas that people want to see come true, but they're not emotionally invested in them. With shipping, you are invested in not only the ship, but you're also invested in the characters, their relationship, their bond. You build this bond over this ship. You enjoy fan art, you enjoy fan fiction, you enjoy watching videos, AMVs, right? You get so highly invested in the ship that is vastly different compared to, like, someone going to the story. Because if someone's invested in the story and, who loves One Piece a lot, you're going to enjoy the ride. You're going to enjoy whatever Oda does, right? Even if you disagree with it, you're going to enjoy what Oda does. If he doesn't make a ship canon, we are going to get hurt way more than we think. And, everyone's going to react differently. Which is why open ending is like the safest bet for anything Oda will ever do, and why it's the biggest threat to any ship. But I get it. It's going to hurt because of how much emotionally invested you are within the ship and the characters. There's an emotional investment, like you said, Cosmo, that really myself and you and everyone else who ships characters have. Who take shipping, fairly seriously. And, there's nothing wrong with that. The disappointment will come if Oda doesn't do anything, right? But just understand that at the end of the day, the moments, the things you treasure of you shipping, of you liking these characters, no matter what, those are not things that you should ever forget or should ever feel wrong in ever liking. Because they mean something to you. These characters mean something to you. This story means something to you. And no one can ever take that. Not even the author himself. So I get it. I get why people will feel very heartbroken if it doesn't become canon. I get it. I really do. And I've gone through it. I've gone through many ships that never became canon, and it ruined me a little bit. I ain't gonna lie, it did ruin me. But I've lost so many shipping wars as well, that I learned from that and learned that it's okay. Because guess what? I found another ship that I enjoyed a little bit more than the previous one. And I continued to find more ships. Some won, some didn't. But I learned through those emotions. And that's why I talk and say a lot of the things like this, because I went through that experience. Not everyone can and will go through that same experience, and that's fine. Which is why I'm not telling you how to feel if, Luffy Nami doesn't become Ken. I can never make you feel a certain way. So, I mean, yeah. That's just been my way of doing things for quite a while now, and just, I don't know. I guess I got the more older I got, the more I realized, like, there's a lot of stuff in the world, and getting angry over a ship may not be like the biggest thing in my life. It can be for someone else, and that's perfectly fine. But yeah, I think that if Luffy Nami didn't become canon, it will probably hurt me a lot more than any other ship I ever followed and, loved. Because I've been following Luffy Nami for a long time, and this is one of those series where, like, it's very hard to confirm whether or not there's any sort of romantic interest based off of the way Oda is presenting these characters sometimes. Like, the moments are there. Like, if he wants to pull the trigger, he can, and he has moments where he can do it. But I get it. I think out of any ship that I'll ever experience, if Luffy Nami doesn't happen, it will probably hurt way more than any other ship I ever followed. I could definitely see it that way. And it's scary. I get it. It's very scary because of all the time and investment you had towards it. Yeah. Right? But just know, no matter what happens, don't let it get to you. Just take a day. Just take a deep breath. Just take a day and just, breathe. If it becomes canon, celebrate to your heart's content. Scream it to the sky. Go fucking yell at people who told you that you were fucking wrong all these years. Go do it. But if there's no confirmation, open ending, just take a day to breathe, take a day to think about it, and just realize that because it's open ending, you more than likely have a chance to say that Luffy Nami did become canon, because Oda didn't mention it, but he left it as open ending, so I can say it is so. People will still argue with you, but at the end of the day, they can't prove you wrong. And maybe, who knows, maybe one day in like 10 years after One Piece finishes, Oda comes out and says, yeah, Luffy Nami became a thing, and draws like a Luffy Nami baby or something. And then we all rejoice, be happy, and then we cry because we were right the entire time, and then we praise Goda once again. But the one thing I am confident in, an open ending without concluding anything will also be disappointing. No, I get that. I do. It would suck because of all the investment you had with the ship. I get it. But I would rather have an open ending than having Nami end up with anybody else, because I cannot see Nami ending up with anybody but Luffy. Like, honest to God, there's no other man that Oda could introduce ever in the fucking story that could ever tell me that Nami should end up with. I'm sorry. The amount of stuff that Luffy has done for Nami and just how much trust and the bond they have grown over the years, there's just no way. There's just no way. The one thing I will say, the one comments I do have is that Sanji and Nami will not become canon. Based off of the context and everything else that Oda has showcased, I just cannot see it happening. And then you also have Pudding waiting in the wings with the whole Blackbeard situation. He's going to go save her. And more than likely, they had a connection. And that's it. Like, that's why I'm that confident, that because Sanji Pudding exists. You know? It's vastly different how I feel to Luffy Hancock, because Luffy Hancock situation is very similar to the Sanji Nami situations, that it's a one-sided love that just more than likely will not be reciprocated because the other individual is just not that interested in that way. Which is why it feels like Luffy Nami's dynamic is better, because while there is no sense of romance, there's no one-sided, you know, love there that the other has no interest in. I mean, you can have them have no interest in each other at all, but there's no proof of that yet. You know, until Nami or Luffy both or one of them says that they're not interested in, like, you know, marrying each other, still fair game. But at least with Luffy Hancock and Sanji Nami, there's at least a sense that the other does not reciprocate the same feelings, that it is a one-sided love, which is what Oda likes drawing more than having two characters be romantically involved. He prefers those. And because he prefers those, that tells you that, yeah, it's not going to be a thing. Which is why I say open ending is the biggest threat to Luffy Nami. It is not any other ship. But I am very interested to see what happens in the next chapter. I think Luffy's going to fight Gabon. The question is, how long will that fight last until, more than likely, whoever Shamrock and Gunko are sending or bringing in is going to interrupt them. I'm curious why Oda changed the original sketch in the color spreads when the original would be a more obvious losing. He's done this several times. I don't know what the process is in thinking of, like, why he does certain things in terms of that stuff. It could be that he just came up with a different idea for it that he feels like it's better, or maybe he doesn't want to be, too obvious. I don't know. It's very hard to tell. Like, it could be that he doesn't want to make it too obvious. Possible, but who knows? It could literally just be that he decided to change an idea. But it's still funny that he had Nami have her hands around Luffy's leg. That is, like, wow. All right. Yep, it's like an open ending, and that won't upset me because of that. But I just wanted to address those people who get so, because it's very understandable. I think I told you so will be very strong with One Piece and don't want to complete any of those that are going through. I would hate One Piece if one thing, I don't know. I feel like, to me, I cannot hate something for one reason. Like, I would hate One Piece if this happens. I can't. I can't hate One Piece just because one thing I wanted, didn't happen. I just can't. So, I get why people will hate it, I'm surprised people didn't people who wanted the Zoro kills Kaido didn't fucking leave this series because they wanted fucking Zoro to kill Kaido, and when that didn't happen, they haven't left the fucking community. But yeah. I mean, if I will say this, if a ship does become canon and people will leave because of, or they will hate One Piece because of that, I'll be like, ha, fucking cowards. What's that? You hate fucking love? You hate feelings? You hate emotions? You hate fucking people loving each other? Go outside and meet somebody then. Because at that point, you're just being salty for no reason. Someone made a tweet. I forgot who it was. But someone made a tweet about how like Oda isn't writing a battle manga, but he's writing an adventure story first and foremost. No, it wasn't battle manga. That he wasn't writing a shonen like a typical shonen series, but he was writing a grand adventure story, kind of like the Odyssey or like the the Sun Wukong story. You know, and that romance will be a part of it because it is part of any adventure. I mean, I could see that. Which is why I just won't give up yet until Oda puts in his manga that Luffy and Nami are not interested in each other. The worst case scenario that Oda could ever fucking do is that he somehow makes Luffy and Nami actually fucking blood related in some form or way. Whether or not it be something like they were related to the same ancestor or some shit like that. Like what happened with Detective Conan, where the main character and some other character were found out to be like distant cousins or some shit like that, and it just completely destroyed the shipping community that shipped those two characters. That is the worst thing an author could do for any ship. Suddenly make them actually blood related. It will hurt more because everyone keeps calling them, you know, sibling-like, and so, like, if that actually happens, if Oda does that, then it's just like, well, fuck me then. You know, that will hurt way more, and it will suck. But Oda hasn't showcased that at all. He hasn't showcased either of them talking to each other like they were siblings. Luffy has mentioned, you know, that Momo is like his younger brother, Ace and Sabo are his older brother, so it's like, if he wanted to do that with Luffy and Nami, he would have done that many years ago, and it would not. We wouldn't be having this fucking, or Luffy and Nami wouldn't be a fucking ship in general, at that point. You know, it sucks to tease people like that, right? But yeah, but that would be the worst case scenario. You know, to me that would be the worst case scenario. That would be even worse. That won't even be as worse as if like Luffy Hancock becomes canon. And it's for a stupid reason. Like, that would become way worse. I want to see open ends of threads will not technically shut down the ship. I agree, shut down and sorry for what my deal is shallow. I just understand where it comes from. Despite extremists, yeah. Well, the reason why I say it's a threat is because no other ship is more than likely going to be canon between Luffy and Nami as characters. So, while it doesn't technically shut down the ship, it would mean that Oda doesn't want to confirm anything, and that is a threat. That is the threat, essentially. It will give us the leeway to continue shipping, but it just would mean that Oda shut us down and that Luffy Nami didn't become canon. That is the threat. That's the threat that's being presented with that. I think I just found out what my video idea is going to be for tomorrow. Yeah, because tomorrow, more than likely, I won't be able to stream, but I will be streaming on Sunday. We will play a horror game on Sunday, and then Monday is Final Fantasy VIII. Then Tuesday is birthday stream. Woo! Yay! Birthday fun. Woo! Man, I could probably do a stream on Friday, but I won't be home. I'll be over at I'll be doxing, but we could do like a chat like this. I just won't be able to have like videos, so I don't know if I will be able to do it, but I could probably come home to stream for a little bit and then go back to doxing. But I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. Hey, Graz, welcome. No Spooky Saturday? No. Because I have to wake up early for work on Sunday. But we could do Spooky Saturday, on Sunday, if anything. Yeah. I just by the time I come home, it'll be late. So and then just gonna have to go straight to sleep. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, the Dragon Ball thing. Night, Graz. Oh no, Luke's arc got hacked. Fuck, that sucks. But I'm excited for the next chapter. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we get something cool in terms of story related or even Luffy Nami related. That'll be pretty good. I don't see anything Luffy Nami related happening. The only thing I could see is that Nami, my hope is that Nami gets involved in the fight. It's not just Luffy, but, all three of them, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami get into fight, and they do it like a triple team. Attack against Gabin. I think that would be fucking amazing. I want that to happen more than anything, even if it doesn't even really matter if it's a Luffy Nami moment. I just want the romance entree to actually have a fucking moment where they all fight together. Like, you know how long it's been since we last saw them fight together, all three, like the three of them together? I want that to happen. I think that would be so fucking cool to see. I want that to happen, and I think that would be fucking a fantastic thing. But we'll see what happens. More than likely, it will probably just be Luffy versus Gabon, and they're going to be interrupted by another Holy Knight coming in. That's my prediction. But I do hope we do see a RDT trio fight against Gabon. I think that would be really cool to finally fucking see after who knows how fucking long, man. I think that's what I want to hope. But we'll see. But I'm excited for the next chapter. We're going to see how strong Gabon is as well. So that should be interesting. And who knows what other information we might have. I do want to... You know what? Before I end the stream, I do want to talk about that because I know a lot of people else have noticed it. So we might as well talk about it for just a bit. When Gavin talks about what is it? Love is free. Wait, what? It's no deep reason Arm was unnaturally long in that position video. She doesn't have Luffy's power. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, which... What? I'm so confused. Oh, you're talking about... Oh, the change of the design. Okay. But I want to talk about the Love is Free thing. and that the focus on it was Luffy and Nami. I'll be honest with you, I don't really see anything big in regards to that. But this thing, how do I zoom in on this thing? Oh, here we go. Ah, there's a red dot. Don't worry about the red dot. Love is free thing. That is interesting. And he specifically has Luffy and Nami here. Zoro's in the back, right? Like he's out of the frame of like what when Gavin is talking about that. It's very interesting that he has Luffy and Nami in it. The interesting thing is that in the previous chapter, Oda expresses that romance can go with freedom. There are no strings attached. They complement each other. Exactly. It goes into this idea of like Luffy and Nami not actually getting married at all, and it will fit Luffy's. Because Luffy, I think, sees marriage as something like something that binds him and doesn't give him his freedom. But he doesn't need to get married. Love is free. Romance is free. Like to Luffy, freedom is a lot. Right? Like freedom means a lot to Luffy. He wants to be the freest person in the world, and I think at some point believe that marriage binds him and doesn't make him free. But with love being free, and that Oda trying to maybe express to Luffy that like you don't need to be shackled by marriage. You can be free. You can do whatever you want with the person without that kind of binding, given to you. So you are able to love freely. You don't have to be afraid of it. You don't have to be afraid of it interrupting your freedom because love is free. I think that like that could mean something. I don't think it necessarily does, but like it's weird that Oda put it that way with Luffy and Nami being like Gavin dropping right in front of them talking about it. It's very interesting. Again, we could just be overthinking it, obviously, right? But it's like, is Oda trying to tell us something interesting? We'll have to wait until the next chapter or next few chapters, but it is interesting that he mentions this. And he also has Luffy Nami involved, like, together while he says this as well. He could have had Sanji involved in this too, but he didn't. He specifically has Luffy and Nami involved in this whole thing. So it's like either Oda is trolling it, either Oda is saying there's nothing, he's just talking about love is freedom because, you can love anybody you want, or there's meaning to it. The only thing I can say is that it is a bit of coincidence that Nami told Luffy to take her just a couple panels before. Oda might want us to make the association without being obvious. Could be. It could be, but we won't know until we get some sort of proper context. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It is an interesting statement. It is an interesting thing that Oda put it there and had Luffy and Nami be involved in it. We'll see what it means, if it means anything. I'm interested to see what happens in the next chapter, so we'll see. And he also mentioned about the mixed blood races, which maybe could be connected to somehow Nami being a mixed blood of some kind, like maybe human and Birkin. Or something like that. I know a lot of people think that she might be mixed blood race of like the mermaids or like a giant, but I don't know. I just don't see that. But it is interesting that they are talking about that, so it's very interesting to see what he does with it. Man, I wish I could be a fly on the wall of Oda's office. hear all the conversation he has, all the things he discusses about One Piece, and just get into his mind and see what he's thinking. But everybody wishes they could go into that, you know. All right, I'll probably call it here. It's getting late. I have work later, so I will end it here. Call it here. There we go. Thank you to everybody. This was a lot of fun. I love talking about this type of stuff. Hopefully everyone had a great Valentine's Day as well, or a single self-awareness day as well. And thank you so much for hanging out here. If you haven't followed my Twitch channel, definitely hit the follow button. If you haven't subscribed to my YouTube, definitely subscribe to my YouTube. I make a bunch more of this type of content, which I find hella fun. So definitely do that. Definitely follow if you want to. Yeah, I can't wait to talk more about One Piece really soon as the chapter comes out next week. So, all right. Let me just rate somebody over here on Twitch. Greg and CCP, thank you so much for the follow. That is not what I needed. There we go. That's what I needed. Oh god, it's doing that weird thing. Sorry, it was doing some weird thing. Stretch, thank you. Night grass. Oh, my back. Oh, I needed that. Oh, that feels good. Oh, man. Thank you. Oh, all right. Oh. All right, let's go with. Huh. No one I follow streaming? I guess not. No one I follow is streaming, so I'll just call it here. But thank you, everyone. We reached 1.2K on Twitch, so that was fantastic. Yeah, so I'll see you guys next time. All right, bye bye. Next stream will be Sunday.